as we can manage. All right, let us move on and begin with a roll call.
Student trustee Nori.
Here.
Trustee Thompson.
Okay.
Trustee
Sorry, I'm
Thompson.
not hearing, but I'm here.
Trustee Stevenson.
I don't think I'm hearing.
I'm present.
Trustee Ginn.
Here.
Vice President Dubois.
What's going on?
I'm not getting it either.
I see you.
So
President
several of
Farber.
our trustees are not getting audio. Barry, can you hear?
I could hear.
We can hear you. You can hear me?
Oh, no.
I can't hear. I need help from public
Okay.
check.
Okay, if we could get some tech support here on
I'm on it.
Carrie's headphones.
And Chris's?
So Carrie is present. I checked.
Okay, and President Sarver.
Also present.
A quorum is present.
Okay, thank you. All right, this moves us on to approval of this evening's agenda.
I can hear now.
Okay. Does anybody have any recommendations for moving any agenda items around, or do we have a motion for approval of the agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the agenda is
I'm okay.
approved.
I'm okay.
It's working for you too, Chris?
Okay. And in closed session, by a vote of 5 board members in favor, 0 against, the Board of Trustees approved the settlement agreement for cases number 2020-2021-11, -12, and -13. And that was the only action taken in closed session today. This moves us along to item 7, approval of the consent calendar. The board action is to approve those following items taken simultaneously with one motion, which is not debatable and requires unanimous roll call for vote for passage. The action indicated on each item is deemed to have been considered in full and action taken as worded therein. If a member of this board, the superintendent, or the public so requests, any item shall be removed from this section and placed on the regular order of business. The motion is to waive the reading of the consent agenda, accept the reports, adopt the resolutions, and approve other items. Do we have any requests for items to be removed?
Seeing no request, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
And I will
Second.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Student trustee Nori.
Yes.
Trustee Thompson.
Yes.
Trustee Stevenson.
Yes.
Trustee Ginn.
Yes.
Vice President Dubois.
Yes.
President Sarver.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And this brings us along to what we all recognize as our favorite part of each meeting, special recognitions.
Yes, it is definitely my favorite part of the meeting, as I have said in our previous meetings. So tonight I have 2 recognitions, 2 different items to recognize, a couple people in the first one and a singleton in the second one. So as my first recognition, we as educators often find ourselves in situations where we are doing multiple things that we did early on in our careers to things obviously in a global pandemic we never imagined we would do in our careers, and then everything in between. And so tonight I want to recognize 3 individuals that as administrators in the district office probably don't find themselves all that often working with a group of kids on a regular basis. And that is Claire Chandler, Carla Crenshaw Priesing, and Ilya Van Laar, our Director of Special Ed. So these fabulous individuals took over a couple of cohorts so that we could get some of our specials back on campus to provide them with services and really that sense of community that they so thrive in and need. So I would like to just thank you all for doing that and remembering that hat that you once wore, maybe not that long ago, maybe a long time ago, working directly with students. So thank you very much for that. And then my second my second recognition is on the same, definitely within the same pocket of things that we never imagined we would do. As our health and wellness coordinator, I'm not really sure if Javier Gutierrez imagined that he would have to map out contact tracing or have the superintendent say, I want a vaccination clinic this Friday at a school site. Can you make it happen? To, can we do this? Can we try this? I need this. And really just being able to respond on a dime, because as we often know that the information that was coming to us through the different channels, whether they be state or local, really was outside of what our normal comfort zone is for being able to plan and execute something well and meaningful to keep our staff and our students safe. So I would also like to recognize Javier Gutierrez for his dedication during COVID. I know that he has a tremendous staff that also support him, and they were able to do great things because of his leadership within his department. So Javier, I just wanted to thank you for all of the craziness that I brought you these past 10 months and being a trooper with that. So thank you.
So these recognitions are along a rather consistent theme that we see in the world around us right now, all across our district and all across California, the US, the whole world. People going above and beyond, people being confronted with situations and expectations that just demand extraordinary responses, and people coming back with extraordinary responses, doing what it takes to get the job done, to take care of our kids, to keep our operations going, to ease the pain going on around us, to take care of our community. And the 4 people that have been singled out tonight have truly done an extraordinary job of that. And you're surrounded by colleagues who have been part of doing an extraordinary job of that. And you're surrounded at this point by a planet full of people who have been harmed and have been struggling to get through it, all the while being asked to do extraordinary things. And the shining example that you set for us all is finding that depth within yourself to give more, because that's what's needed, and to look at the people that are out there that owe you something because of all of the discomfort and the suffering you have been through. You look at them and say, how can I support you while you support me? And we're working together to make things better. And that has to be the tone that we're all big enough to adopt going forward. How can I help you? Because that's the best way to put you in a position to help me. And we have an extraordinary group of people here in this district who behave that way, who live that way. We have a community that knows how to live that way. And this is just a great example of how we all come back better from all of this. So thank you for your part in that. And thank you for the great work that you will continue to do going forward. That takes us along now to student trustee comments. And I wonder if we might end up having more than one set of comments this evening.
Yeah, so there isn't too much to say. I did graduate high school last Thursday, and it was really exciting to see Trustee Stevenson, President Sarver, and Miss McAvoy there. But yeah, other than that, we have our 2 new student trustees for the 2021 to 2022 school year. So I don't know if we want to introduce them at this meeting. But first, we have with us at the board meeting Isabel Stead. She's from Menlo Atherton. She's going to be the student trustee next year. And we have Carlos, who's from Woodside, and he's going to be the vice trustee next year. So I don't know if any of them want to say anything. Isabel?
I'm very excited to have this position, and I'm very grateful, and I can't wait to get to work.
Yeah, and Carlos, you want to say anything?
I'm just excited to be here and to get to represent all of my peers, both at Woodside and at all the other schools.
Okay, Satvik, that is all you have to say?
Yeah, I don't have anything more to say for now.
Okay, thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to share in your graduation among the load of wonderful activities last week. And thank you for continuing to join us now that you're not no longer a Sequoia Union High School District student, but a graduate. And Isabel and Carlos, welcome. I know that the selection process was rich and exciting this year, and we are thrilled that you have emerged to be the ones who will be joining us, and we look forward to your participation at our meetings throughout the coming year. Welcome to the team. Okay, as we move on to comments from the Sequoia District Teachers Association and Ask Me, let me see if I'm getting my ping pong game correct, but I believe it's time to ask Grace to go first this week. Please do correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I will not correct you. You are correct. Good evening, everyone. Let's see. APSME has been working with its members. We are putting together our Sunshine proposal. We're coming towards the very end of our collective bargaining agreement, and I am believing that we will very well be asking for a contract extension. I always looked forward to the COVID updates because it gave us information on facilities. And with this reopening and looking forward to the full in-person teaching in the fall, come events before that, meaning that we have facility reservations. So what staff would like to know is what are the new maximum occupancies for facility rentals. So we have been opening up our facility rentals, and we are definitely getting in all of the renters, and we are in the process of approving many. We just don't want to continue to keep holding them off with updated information on maximum occupancies and certain guidelines. So if we can get that as soon as possible, that would be greatly appreciated. And then I just wanted to, my last comment will be on, it's coming for more from a learning standpoint. Last week or last board meeting, I asked to pull an item from the consent agenda for discussion. It was pulled and it was placed in the action items. We were allowed to speak on that at the very tail end of the meeting. At the board's request, we did not engage in a back and forth. However, so that brings me to my question. My question is, what is the proper place? What is the proper channel to have a discussion with the board on giving them more information on items such as that before they go into the approval stage and final binding stage? I can tell you that if this process does not change, AFSCME will always be disadvantaged because the board gets information directly from cabinet. So you have information from them, and that's one-sided. You don't have the complete information. So my question is, what is the proper platform? And I do believe that a review of that process is needed to have a fair and equitable hearing. So with that, I hand it back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The board won't be able to deliberate or comment on that at this point, but it is noted. Edith, what update do you have from us from SDTA?
Well, we had a strong end of the school year. There was a lot of hope engendered by being able to have in-person graduations and really innovative takes on what constitutes a senior prom. It was awesome to see. I saw the pictures, of course, from Sequoias, where we had kids dressed to the nines playing carnival games and eating burritos from a food truck. So really people, as you said earlier, going above and beyond to make sure students get the experiences that that they deserved at the end of a really long year. SDTA was also excited to be able to give this year 6 scholarships to deserving students. We normally offer 4 scholarships with priority to the children of our members, but also open to other students throughout the district. This year we had so many good applications that we expanded that to 6 scholarships, and 4 of those were Sequoia Union High School District graduates. In addition, we took action to make a donation to support the families of our brothers and sisters who were affected by the VTA shooting. We know that that has had ripples into our own community, and we wanted to do what we could to support. Like AFSCME, our collective bargaining agreement is coming to an end at the end of this month, and we have a We have sunshined a generic proposal, and we'll be looking forward to starting the bargaining process in the fall. But for right now, teachers have been taking advantage of the PD offerings in this June PD week to sort of ease us into summer. And we're very pleased that we were able to reach, if nothing else, an agreement for compensation for some summer work that our members will be doing in order to ensure that students have a positive, supported environment when they come back, and that we can hit the ground running, but not run past anyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, this takes us on to the public comment section. And first of all, I'm pleased to report that my inbox was not flooded with correspondence, as has been the case throughout much of the pandemic. So for this board meeting, I have not put together a summary document of a whole lot of correspondence. I do have a small number of emails that came in that I think will turn into conversations that I'll try to set up between staff and the correspondents, and we'll get that going over the next few days. And so then we can move on to the public comment section, 11.2, which is for speakers wishing to address the board on matters not on the agenda. Persons wishing to provide comments on non-agendized items should raise their electronic hand in the Zoom platform, and we will determine whether we have enough speakers to consider adjusting the time per individual speaker or the overall time of public comment, but we're customarily limited to 3 minutes per speaker and 10 minutes overall for public comment. At this point, I see 2 hands up, now 3. So if anybody else wishes to speak in addition to that list, please put your hand up. If it's just the 3, we can go with those 3 speakers for 3 minutes apiece. All right. So I am seeing Diego Torres, Liana Strub, and Des. We'll go with those 3 speakers.
Good evening. As the newest member of SDTA's bargaining team and a 26-year veteran teacher at MA, my view of the district has radically changed this year, and not in a good way. My biggest lesson has been that the pandemic should change the outdated educational model that we are operating under. The status quo is not serving our students. Rather than reverting to what was in place in March 2020, we should be embracing the new reality. We are asking the district and the board to move forward, be proactive, and envision creative solutions for a stronger and better SUHSD. This spring, we propose that the district anticipate next fall's challenges, including a backup plan should another catastrophic fire season force us to choose between COVID-safe ventilation and protecting our students from toxic air conditions. Our interim superintendent, Crystal Leach, heard us a year ago when we proposed stepping up ventilation standards, and she tirelessly pursued the best systems for our classrooms. We are disappointed that her initiative is not being carried forward for emergency planning in the fall. We are disappointed that the district is not listening to the wisdom of its teachers, who have said clearly that the concurrent instruction model known as Roomers and Zoomers does not work for students or teachers. Reverting to that model, should an emergency dictated change from in-person instruction in the fall, is not a solution. Pandemics, fires, social turbulence, all of this creates anxiety in students and staff that our current instructional model struggles to support. Envision other options, a digital academy among them, that can support the entire district in the event of a smoke day or a dramatic surge in COVID cases. While the state is currently prohibiting districts from implementing any kind of digital alternatives, our elected board members can advocate at the state level for our students' best interests, which include distance learning options for those who have functioned better in that model. In addition, our members expect the board to encourage collaboration rather than enmity at the bargaining table. The district's team has not been forthcoming about the board's intentions, leaving our team to grope forward in the dark. True cooperation would involve open and transparent communication. Despite the challenges of this year, we have only become better and stronger educators. We ask that the board and the district adapt to the new reality, offering the inspiration and action needed at this important moment in our district's history. Thank you.
Thank you. Des?
Hey there. Is it possible if I brought a mentee of mine with me? Would you guys mind letting him go before me? His name is Diego. Hello?
Diego had his hand up separately earlier.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't mind going first. Hello, everybody. Cool. Okay, so my name is Desmond Frazier, Sequoia High School alumni class of 2018, and currently I'm a financial analyst at Morgan Stanley. But a majority of my experience is in youth advocacy in Redwood City and East Palo Alto community through organizations like the Boys and Girls Clubs and Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. I was called into action when I was catching up with some mentees of mine who are students in the district who shared that they felt like they didn't have a voice, that they felt small, not heard, and invalidated because they feel like nobody's hearing them right now or asking them what's on their hearts. So I felt inspired to work on a solution addressing the urgent need of engagement and feedback from students, particularly the most impacted English language development and LTEL students, having completed a fellowship with the Stanford Design School called University Innovation Fellows, where we are trained to identify and implement creative design thinking solutions. I formed a team which now consists of a software developer and product manager at SAP, and one teacher from the district to work in collaboration with the groups most impacted by the challenges the pandemic has presented. After conducting a series of data collection, we found that there were also teachers, administrators, support staff, and parents who felt the same hardships but have no platform to explain it. And on this journey, we partnered with two UIF and Menlo College alums who launched a design thinking consulting company called Diverge Studio, who's provided us with a collection of tools and resources to build a sustainable solution that addresses the urgent need for student/parent feedback and engagement. Since then, our team has divided its time between conducting interviews with our stakeholder groups and synthesizing the surplus of data we've collected over the last 3 months. Now we're entering the prototyping phase where we're looking to present phase 1 of our Ear for You prototype at the next board meeting, where I'll be joined by the rest of my team and the two founders of Diverge Studio. Ultimately, I anticipate this project will increase student engagement, especially with the disengaged groups within the district. And I see this project providing the insight we need to make room for a constructive, more inclusive educational environment for all students, staff, and parents to thrive. And to get there, I believe that this is where it begins, starting the solution-oriented conversation and hearing from our stakeholders first. So, what do you guys say about adding us to the next meeting's agenda? Thank you all.
All right, as a suggestion of something to be added to the agenda, the superintendent and I would both be happy to, receive information about what is being talked about so we can review it and get back with you. All right, was Diego going to speak?
Yeah, hello?
Yes.
My name is Diego Torres. I just finished freshman year at Sequoia High School. I was brought here by my mentor Desmond Frazier, and I wanted to take this opportunity to share this poem I wrote called "A Dream to Complete." All right, this is how it goes. In my thoughts, no room to spare. Unrequited love, forcing this hand to let go. Reading through pages as hours turn into eternity. The darkest tales that my soul can no longer keep in life. When your heart turns cold, it causes your soul to freeze. It spreads throughout your body like a ruthless feeling disease. Your strength is something you put effort on. A guide is someone you look up to and grab on. Walls will stand in your way firm and tall, safe from hate, love, and pain, until you feel nothing at all. A family's corpse is tribal. Loneliness becomes a routine friend. Sleeping can no longer be pleasant. If you sleep, your ideals vanish. Your project won't be sold. If you don't understand, just wait until your heart turns cold. Uh, yeah. So yeah, I'm a small poet. I've been writing for I think about 3 years. I've had some like tragic moments in my life, and one of them is my mom got deported. So it just had me thinking a lot, and I wanted to do something to help me write all my feelings down. So yeah, I just became a poet. I actually got inspired by Tupac. He wrote a poem book once. I forgot the name, but yeah, I read it and I was like, bro, like he writes so much and like about his feelings. So I was like, maybe I should do that. So yeah, I just started writing. Um, yeah, I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, that seems to be the end of our speakers for this evening. And we'll move along to our first information item, the presentation of the Local Control Accountability Plan, Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan for East Palo Alto Academy.
Oh, sorry. I was talking to myself. I was on mute. Has everyone seen our presentation? Yes? Okay, beautiful. Thank you, Chris. I see your thumbs up. All right, here we go. Malo Lele, welcome, bienvenidos. I want to first highlight something that I think our last speakers both were advocating for, which is how do we have true stakeholder engagement, something we're super proud of this year. Our LCAP was a big focus for all of our meetings. So you can see we met with incredible array of stakeholders, much like the district team. We also met with teachers, with the administration team and the leadership team, department chair team. We also met with classified staff. We met with students at a variety of opportunities and parents, and just want you to know that what we're showing you this evening is a real combined effort. And we really want to illustrate to what degree for us at EPA it is so critical that we really bring voice to our community. And so what you see today really is a representation of some hard work that was very collaborative and something we are all very proud of. As you know, we are a dependent charter of the district. Our LCAP has to follow the guidelines of the state, and so more specifically the 8 state priorities. And because we are ADA and the way our funding works, when you look at our LCAP, we really have to give you the complete story of who EPA is and how we spend all of these monies. And it's also a good thing to think about as we prepare for our charter renewal next year, so that when you see EPA and you see our LCAP, you know very clearly who we are, what we stand for, and what we do as a full picture. So unlike the district where you can really look at these discrete goals within a larger system, for us, we have to show the whole system, and then within that, some important actions and goals for us. So if you're interested, I know you all have access to the slides. We have all of our goals tied together in these documents in English and Spanish, which is how we opened it up with our stakeholders when we did these meetings together. This is a sample slide
from what we did when we met with our families and students and colleagues, where we'd present the old goal, ask them, is this the right goal? And how do we know if we've reached it? To really open up this discussion. We also then started from scratch, because as Bonnie mentioned last time, so bravely going to lead the way for us in this work, we had a whole new platform. So this really is us going back to the beginning and showing you who is EPAA. So first and foremost, the first and most important thing any school does is hire the right people. And to maintain those people, you have to make sure you hire all the right people and continue to provide ongoing support, and you continue to provide opportunities for professional growth. And for us in particular, when we say hire the right people, we're also talking about all kinds of folks who can really educate the whole child. So that's our goal number one. What I'd like to do right now is invite one of our students, because I hate to read you a list. You're all very capable readers. Thank you to your teachers who helped you get there. I want to highlight here, not so much what is it we're doing, what actions we're doing, but why is any one of these actions very important to someone like our students. So I bring to you today Martine, who's here and joining us. Martine, I saw you earlier. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay, tell us more.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Martin Cardenas, and what I really want to talk about is some of the programs we have in advisory. So some programs that we have in advisory is what's it called? The free to depression. What's it called?
Break free from depression.
Yeah, break free from depression class. So we had a session that we talked about depression, how it can affect the youth during these times of the pandemic, and how could we get past that, overcome that. And I thought that was a great fit for most of us, because we all suffered pretty badly, lost so many people and during the pandemic. And I think it really fit with us, because we're such a small community that we should all grow and learn the causes of that too. And another particular one that we studied was the neuroscience of addiction. That one was a pretty good topic, because a lot in our community, there's a lot of addicted teens that don't know how to get help or resolve to help. And so that's why we try to help them get health services in different ways to get them stop their addiction. And I'm gonna hand it down to Christian now.
Okay, well, actually, Christian's going to hold off till another goal, but thank you so much, Martine, and I appreciate that you got dressed up for all of us. So in addition to the classroom teachers, we also have the robust system to provide these wraparound services. So thank you so much, Martine. Next is goal number 2. So once you've hired the right people, you have all the right people in place, the next thing you need to do is ensure that we're teaching the right material and ensuring that what we're doing matters. And so of course we're aligned to the standards. And very specifically, I want to highlight our measures, because that was some feedback from last year's LCAP presentation, is that you wanted to see more concrete measures. So when you look at the actual LCAP, which I hope you had fun reading, you'll notice that we have very distinct measures that both tie to the state mandates and the state testing, but also things that are important to us at EPAA. For example, the percentage of students completing Algebra 2 by senior year, because that aligns to the A through G goals that we have for ourselves. And also the fact that we want to always think in an inclusive mindset. So we're also measuring the percentage of students making progress towards their annual IEP goals. So that's feedback from the board. So thank you for that. And so I hope you noticed that. And then as it comes to actions, again, here's our list of actions, but more importantly is what part of this matters in what specific ways to some of our important colleagues. And so I bring to you now my wonderful right-hand woman, my work wife, Joanna Ho.
Good evening. I'm excited to be here to talk about the actions we've taken, particularly for Goal 2 in, excuse me, just demonstrating progress on multiple measures. One thing that we spent a lot of time on this last year was developing a graduate profile for EPAA. We did that 2 years ago and revamped really our entire exhibitions process during the pandemic. So it was no small undertaking to define really what an EPAA graduate will have graduated, learning, developing the skills, the competencies that really define a Bulldog graduate. You see, Amika and I are wearing our Bulldog shirts today. And so we worked really closely with a consultant both to develop our graduate profile, but also to develop the process and the portfolio defense at the end of the year, where students would demonstrate their learning on these particular competencies and standards of learning. And that is one thing I think that we're really proud of coming out of this pandemic, that we didn't give up on this process, that we pushed through, and that the teachers are going into next year with a much more clear way of incorporating these graduate profile competencies into their practices and into their instruction and their curriculum and their assessments next year.
Thank you, Joanna. Yes, we're very proud of being very conscious about having a very well-rounded system and well-rounded assessments, because I think a lot of folks can agree that when you think about equity work, it's about having systems for assessment that really talk to measuring the whole child and all of their needs. I do want to point out, because so folks often ask, what does this look like? This is our schedule. You'll notice that we have universal reading as something new in the year to come. And then we also continue to have the advisory program with some embedded time for study hall and intervention as a way to, because always, your resources are your money and your time. How do you do that? Well, this is a snapshot of how you do that at EPAA. Following that, we have goal number 3, which is very specifically aligned to the needs of our ELL students. I apologize, I did not mention that goal number 1 aligns to the Sequoia Union High School District goal number 1. Goal number 2 for EPA aligns to Sequoia goal number 3. And this actually also aligns directly with goal number 3 for Sequoia District. And as you can see, under each goal, we also indicated the state priorities that we're touching with those goals. And if you look at the actual LCAP itself, it aligns both the state and the district goals to our LCAP goals. So this one specifically is around how do we both measure the progress of our EL students and how do we increase their achievement? And that is definitely an Achilles heel for us. And we continue to do a lot of work in this area, very specifically continuing to add more FTEs to the role of ELD teacher. So those students have their ELD teacher for the newcomers twice on their schedule, so they see them every single day. We also have developed an intervention program, and we want to really be able to push in intervention bilingual resource support. Thanks to those COVID funds, we were able to hire an instructional aide specifically for the newcomers who really struggled. But more importantly, I think sometimes folks forget that the LTELs and the long-term ELs are there as well. So when we think about this particular goal, we're talking about those 125 students already identified for next year that we have to ensure are making progress while also making this strong academic progress overall. They need to make progress in English so that they can be redesignated before they move on to college. So that is what goal number 3 is all about. I now take you to goal number 4. Now, this one is something that a lot of our people on our team wanted to talk to you about, because it is such a heart and soul of our school to really talk about the ways that we're connected to our community, the way that even though we're a small school, we can give a big school experience and really help the students feel like they're connected to not just EPA, the school, not just Sequoia, the district, but East Palo Alto, the city, and then also the global society, because that is very critical to our long-term goals. And so with this one, when we're looking at our actions, I wanted to introduce my colleague, Lena Potts, who many of you may know from the Boys and Girls Club.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm super excited to be here to talk about our excellent partnership with East Palo Alto Academy and just the ways in which we've been able to provide a really deep and robust menu of services to East Palo Alto Academy services. As I hope many of you know, the EPA Boys and Girls Club is located just around the corner from East Palo Alto Academy. And so there's really a geographic advantage to being able to integrate the way we have. And something I'm really, really proud that we've built over the course of the last, 5-6 years. At the height of, our high school programming pre-COVID, we were serving 30% of the East Palo Alto Academy population. Throughout the school year, we were serving 30% of those kids. And I think that's just huge to have 30% of your high school students participating in an after-school program regularly is incredible. They were doing that in a lot of different forms. They were doing that in tutoring. They're doing that on our basketball team, right? The coach for the East Palo Alto Academy basketball team also works here at Boys and Girls Club. And so that integration is just really genuine and really sincere. We've done 4 years of collaboration around the Summer Bridge transition program for the rising freshmen. And so those rising freshman students for 4 summers have come to the Boys and Girls Club for the second half of their day to really understand that our campus is an extension of their school campus and that we're one school community, right? We're all working together towards the same goals for those youth. We've had staff on campus throughout the pandemic, which is super exciting. And, you know, pre-pandemic, we had 2 East Palo Alto Academy teachers on our staff to help make sure that what we were providing in the after-school space was aligned to what students were learning in the school day. So rather than us just sort of provide homework help in a general sense, we were able to provide really targeted homework help to whatever was happening in their school day classrooms, which is just really exciting, and I think speaks to the degree of partnership, integration, and trust again. And then finally, even little things like today, one of our team members, Vishan Gidry, who runs our technology programs here at the clubhouse, met with Miss D, who I'm sure many of you know, and walked over to the Dream Lab, which is the makerspace room at East Palo Alto Academy, to discuss how when here at the clubhouse, we open our Best Buy Teen Tech Center in August, which I'm super excited about. We just got a huge grant to revamp our tech room and provide even better technology programming. We want to make sure, again, that that's aligned to what's happening at East Palo Alto Academy, because we do serve so many of those students, and we don't just want to be added on, but we want to, again, be part of one sort of extended school day for students. So it's a partnership that we're incredibly proud of. Amika, Joanna, and the team have been such incredible partners for us, and we all feel like we're serving students really well in a community-centric way. So happy to answer any questions if folks have them, but just really excited to be here and talk about this partnership.
Thank you, Lena. And I also bring to you our student, Christian Sabraji, who's here in the photo, who can speak to you more about some of the other opportunities to expand learning and really feel integrated as part of the community.
Yeah. So we have so many amazing student clubs that do a lot of work on campus. I have had the chance to be a part of several, including Club Interact, Our Voices Matter, and even I started my own club, Leaders of EPA, with some of my fellow classmates. Advisory is my favorite class of the day because I know whatever help I need or whatever challenges I'm experiencing throughout the day, or however I'm feeling, it's a space to relax, explore myself, my feelings, and resolve any issues I've had throughout the day. And I really believe that our advisory program is really there to support us. And if they can't support us, they are really awesome at connecting us to people who can. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Christian. Some of you might know Christian is one of our student leaders at the county level, so we're very proud of Christian Sabragia. And that brings me to goal number 5. This one cracks me up because this is the one that the parents were adamant about. We need to have the 4 years. That's our goal. That needs to be abundantly clear. So even as we talked about wanting to show a well-rounded program post high school, they wanted us to still have the 4-year college at the forefront in the A through G. So that's what you have before you. This is why we exist, to, as we say many times, to bring the voices of our BIPOC, predominantly first-gen students out there in the community, in the world, making the world a better place through their perspective and their voice. So that is goal number 5. I think this is one of the things that I truly believe all schools should make available, because, you know, even for my own child, I worry that she doesn't get this level of support because there's that advisory curriculum, which is based on the ASCA standards, American School Counselor Association. There's the senior seminar class where they're doing everything necessary between grants, college applications, and even on the back end, now that you've received those acceptances, which is the right college for you. So there's so much there, but without going into too much detail, I should hand the mic over to our CTE teacher who can tell you about this part of our program, Ms. Danielle Martin. Ms. D, as you heard from Lena. Oh, Ms. D, are you muted? I know you're there.
Danielle, we're not hearing you.
Uh-oh. It's always ironic when it's the person with the most tech savvy in the room. Okay, Danielle, we're gonna hold your thought. And we're gonna go straight to Marva, Ms. Monge, while you figure out your tech. Uh-oh.
Hi, my name is Marva Monge, and I have, I guess now, a senior since he just finished his junior year.
Testing.
And one of the main reasons why I chose EPAA was not only I just grew up and raised here in East Palo Alto, and I really didn't want to have my son have to worry about commuting to completely to a different city and make it hard for him to do sports or any other local after school stuff. when we're looking at high schools. It's one of the reasons why we stayed really local here. And it met the other requirement for me was the A through G requirements, making it a requirement for all high schoolers to be able to meet those when they graduate. And it's one less thing for a parent to have to worry about. Not worry about, but not constantly think about, oh, are we meeting this? Like the counselors and the advisory team work really well together to help you navigate that whole system. And I really like, the small school, because I really feel that my child is getting that attention. In his advisory group, he's always telling me how they did this or they did that, and they're working on different things, and he's learning different ways to manage his time. One of those things is like when they do the student-led conference, which they call the SLCs, and for me, it's a really great opportunity to be able to have another adult that knows my child from a different point of view, that is seeing my child on a regular basis for, probably sometimes more hours than I do, and sees them as, as a student, where I see him as my son, and really be a mediator between both of us, because while I have my goals for him, like where can we, how we can compromise and work together so that we're both meeting our goals, me as a parent for him and him as a student, to really push him. And when he's working on his student-led conference, he has to really work through the presentation and figure out the questions and how to format, how to present it to me in a very clear way so that I can understand, like, oh, he really is thinking about his goals and his vision for his future, and so that we can align them. And I think that's one of the great things about the school, is just being able to see that and see him. You see him growing as from freshman year. I see the changes, I see the transitions, and it has a lot to do with just being able to have that support system. And I really wish a lot of schools were able to do that for their students, because for me, I really felt that, I didn't graduate from high school. So seeing my child on that path and being eligible to be able to admit it to a 4-year, and not only just being admitted, but actually having the resources and the ability to succeed in a 4-year, which I think is very important for our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Monje. Okay, Danielle, I heard a testing, so it sounds like you're back online.
I'm back. That's embarrassing, yes. But yes, thank you guys very much. I was saying I'm not literally in the Dream Lab right now. Amika doesn't make us work this late at night, but this is just a picture of what our makerspace looks like when the lights are on and everything's working. This is my second year teaching. We just implemented our CTE, Career Technical Ed, Engineering Technology pathway. And why it falls under this goal, number 5, is it's really the how we make things like college and 4-year universities accessible and realistic for our students. And so we embed them in their advisory, we embed them before they even start coming to school at the summer bridge. But in our case with the Makerspace, we really have developed an elective that bridges them into doing the engineering and lots of the different parts of digital fabrication. And then we head them into a CTE pathway where they're actually taking a class in the fall with me and with each other, and then taking a dual enrollment class of the same version of the class that the students take at Foothill University. And the beauty of that is, because of the funding that we got, we've actually been co-developing the curriculum, and I was able to participate as a coach in that class. And so for a lot of our students, that transition from going, even we did this in a distance learning environment, going from that transition was not just about having the technical skills to get online and know what to study, but also really believing that they can do it. And I think it's so integrated into the programs that we do that they don't even realize that it's happening, that we're basically landing them at an opportunity for a 4-year university when they're done.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Janelle. I'm glad you found your voice. That's important to us at EPA. And I think this picture is probably the most perfect example of what they're talking about. The woman to the right, Lucia Gonzalez, was a graduate of EPAA, went to LMU, graduated from LMU, went to Stanford to the STEP program, and just so happened we had an opening, and she was hired as our first Maestra Gonzalez here at EPAA. So that is probably the icing on the cake, right? So this is our budget in a snapshot, and this is these are some photos of the Engineering 6 course at Foothill that happens at EPA in Ms. Martin's, or Ms. D, as she's known to her students, Dream Lab. This can show you overall our expected budget for the 2021-2022. And then specifically, here's an example of the first report I had to turn in for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant and where we are spending those monies as a further example of how this aligns to all the goals that you've seen. So I'm sorry we went a little bit over, but gracias, thank you, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you to our team.
Thank you. Do other board members have questions or comments? Shanice.
Amika, I have a question around your engagement of families. You have a parent leadership capacity training. Could you tell me a little bit more about that and you know, how is that helping with the outcomes and what does that look like?
There are two huge programs which I cannot say enough about. One is the Latino Literacy Project, where they do a book study about a kid and her journey through high school and to college. Myself, a first-gen kid, I think about how hard it is to get you ready for college. I swear it's a miracle I made it, because my parents didn't know anything about the American system. And so that book study, it's a great way to teach it too, really engages parents and gives them the tools. So that's something that our new school counselor has experienced. She's the trainer, so she'll start those courses. We also have the countywide program, which some of you are familiar with, which is the Parent Project, which I also want to bring back, because we used to do a Sequoia District graduation of parents. That was amazing. And my parents who just graduated from Family University last Friday, who some of you saw, they did that program. So that's another good program. So really what you want to be able to do, if you click on the Family Project, the Family University document that was shared, you'll see this, this very deliberate outline. Like if you just go to these 3-4 things a year, you will know everything you need to know to ensure your child is not only on track to graduate, but more importantly, on track to earn a scholarship to university. And so that's what that is. So it's breaking it down. So as a 9th grader, what do you need to know now? As a 10th grader, here's your transcript. Where should you be now? If you're not here, where should you be? Starting in 11th grade, we break it down. So if you're on track, you go to one class. If you're not on track, you go to another. So we really have our families with us every step of the way in that progress. And then by empowering them and giving them the language and giving them the tools, they then can be much more critical consumers, right? Because now they know what they need to know. Sometimes you don't know what you don't know. And so that's really our MO is educate our families, give them everything they need to know. And then from there, you see the leaders arise, the ones who are asking those really good critical questions and giving them the opportunity to really push. I feel like Marva might have also some comments, but I don't know.
And then with that said, do you find the diversity of students? I heard Latino curriculum. So how do you find that our Pacific Islander and African American families, and I don't know if you have other cultures there, I haven't really asked, but just trying to see how does it go across different families with different experiences?
So we do a couple things. Before the pandemic, we had affinity groups. So we had parent meetings just for our Black African American families and parent meetings just for our Polynesian Pacific Islander parents, in addition to the regularly scheduled meetings, because I know sometimes the translation can get frustrating and confusing. So it's nice to be able to have someone there who speaks your language and just strictly is answering in your language. So we did that. And then of course, when we come back in real person, we'll do that again. It was hard over Zoom. It wasn't as much interest for the affinity groups. And then the other thing is, oh my gosh, it just escaped me. The other thing we do, and in those meetings, we always start whole group, and then we break out into English only and Spanish only, because then you're in a smaller group, and we find that families are much more interactive when you're in a group of 20 as opposed to a group of even 30 or 60. So we always start big NPR group, and then we go into our small breakout rooms by language and by need, so that the families can really feel like they're they're an integral part of the conversation. We're not just presenting to them.
What I will add quickly is that I think one thing we are trying and very conscious of trying to continue to improve as a school is ways that we can bring our parents into more decision making and more voice, and to bring the communities together so that there's a space and a power within affinity groups. But within the community, there's so many nuance and complex layers, and ways that people do or do not interact. And so that's something we want to build as a parent community, where the parents see each other as resources for each other. And so that's something that we continue to work towards and have plans for the coming year.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Amika, I was looking through the PowerPoint again, the one that I have a copy of. I don't see the link for the Family University or the Parent Leadership Capacity Training. So I'll catch
send
up with you
that
later.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Chris?
For my colleague Shanice, I had the privilege of being at graduation with EPAA, and the welcome that was done for us was in 4 different languages, which I thought is just symbolically of showing the outreach to lots of different communities was really important and something we can all be proud of. I want to compliment you on the presentation and the plan for the excellence it shows, and also the way it's differentiated, I think, from the kind of experience a student would have at your school versus the wonderful experience one can have at the comprehensive schools. The question I have is just a small question. I sat next to your foundation head at graduation, and there was some talk about the amount of dollars that go to scholarships. Would you share that with us? Because I think that's a point of pride.
Oh gosh, I know Shanice had asked too. We're still waiting. So one of the things
I said an announcement last time.
One of the things we're very proud of is our partnership with all of these other community-based organizations. So what we do is we plan to get, if someone's earned a scholarship from several organizations, we'll get together and we'll split it so that we can really make the dollars go as far as they can go. So we, I believe, raised 1.7 million last year. And so if you imagine that 0.7 went to the school directly and 1 million went to the scholars in school. I think what we're more proud of is that when we started 6 years ago to really develop this program, our retention rate for college grads was about 26% from freshman year to sophomore year. Now it's at 84%, 84% in our last study. So the persistence of our kids in college, because that's what it's about. If they're not graduating from college, what are we doing in high school? So that's something that I think is really more important than the money, because we had kids dropping out who had the money. So it's not about the money, it's about the persistence. So that's something that we're even more
The money
proud of.
helps, but
It does.
interestingly, Amika, I remember Amika always gives this really strong close, or the message she shares at graduations. And in past years, you talked to the parents and said, you may want to call your freshmen and bring them home, but you just pounded, don't. And you didn't share that for this year, and I guess for good reason.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the Family University model, the teaching the families as we go with us. If I were to say that at this year's graduation, I said, "What, Ms. Guillaume, we know that. What are you wasting our time for? Come on, we want them to get, we want President Sarver to say the thing and be done with it."
Thank you.
President Sarver, can I say one more thing? Your PowerPoint was really good. I felt like the stories in between. I'm glad you acknowledged that we could read it and just really try to bring to life what it is that we're trying to see. I actually was at the graduation from my home. So I got to see everything from my house. And so I appreciate it. I know a few of the kids who were there who graduated and knew them personally. So I was excited, but just wanted to appreciate the way you wove in the information without draining us and reading everything, but actually using a couple of explanations and then letting the stories illuminate the success and the challenge.
Okay, I'll throw in a couple of things. Yes, when I was getting ready to accept the students there at EPA last week, I had a couple of ad libs I was quite prepared to throw in there, but reading the crowd, I could sense that excitement of, yes, President Sarver, get up there and do that thing and make them be graduates. And it was a privilege to be able to do so. Obviously, your LCAP presentation tonight is filling many, many different niches, including the equivalent of the site plans that the other Sequoia schools are going to be making later on. But it demonstrates very much of the same thing of integrating the goals of the district and the goals of the state, the goals of your stakeholders, and demonstrating the very specific way that your school goes ahead and serves your community. And I think it's extraordinary when we look at EPAA. On the one hand, there's this special hybrid of a dependent charter school that has the mission and the vision and the special embedding in the community that your charter has. But by being dependent within the Sequoia district, you have the support and the guidance and the partnership of the district. I think the challenge is particularly evident at this time of the year, that you have to dance to the tunes of so many masters. You have the guidance and direction that comes from your original charter and your charter board. You have the input and the inclinations of so many community partners that are such a big plus to the school, but they have their vision of how the school should work. You have the goals of the Sequoia district that you're trying to adhere to and implement. And you have all of the guidance that the state puts out for any LEA that you have to adhere to. And this document is a response to all of that. And it's brought out so strongly in your voice of what is the vision and the implementation details of how EPAA intends to meet all of those needs and do so extraordinarily. One of the things that I read in your documents is that all of that helped you be positioned in a unique place to be successful under the extraordinary circumstances of the pandemic. That it was an environment that is already so tightly community defined, so student oriented, so much of a small, flexible family, that you were already on the pathway of the crazy things that were needed to survive the pandemic. And the analysis of the past school year, to me, was a glowing catalog of success amidst huge challenge. And I appreciated that. And I appreciated then how that was reflected in looking forward to what's on the table for the coming year. So I congratulate you for the presentation, for the underlying documents, and for the underlying good work of the school. And shortly we'll have the opportunity to have a public hearing on all of this as well. And we might hear some more voices. Okay, thank you for that. And we can move on to our next presentation, which is the presentation of the SUHSD proposed budget. Not hearing. Okay, I did not specifically ask for public comment. I didn't see any hands go up. Is there public comment that we should hear on the EPAA LCAP? Again, there will be a public hearing on it, which is another opportunity. Okay, not seeing hands go up. We will move on to the budget presentation. So Crystal, I congratulate you on your effort to sneak out from under that, or at least delay it for another minute, but the spotlight is on you.
Oh, you know, yeah, you gotta try. You can't hurt me for trying. Let me share my screen.
If we can't keep it light, what the heck, right?
Move some things over. Move all you fine faces over. There we go. Oh, let's see here. Bear with me real quick. Okay, everybody can see my screen, I'm imagining. Okay, so good evening. Tonight I present to you the 21-22 proposed budget as of June 9th. I always think it's important to talk about the as of dates because budget is very fluid. So it is constantly changing for us. Last board meeting, we had kind of a mini study session on the budget. And what was discussed was related to budget, related to LCAP goals, and then the projections at really the large cost centers. This is more regulatory presentation. The last presentation had a lot of words. This one has a lot of numbers. It's really about taking this regulatory document and really honing it down into what is the meat and potatoes of what we're looking for. And then again, we'll have an opportunity to digest a little further because there's some stuff that's not as deeply explained in this budget as compared to last year. So as I migrate back to a singleton position, I will be working with Dina Stewart, our controller, over the summer, and then we'll be bringing you some more updates in September. Okay, so a very familiar screen again for you, but I guess it's very important to just be reminded that this is a continuous cycle of what is known as our financial reports, the budget season. As President Sarver noted earlier in the board meeting, I think it was in the board meeting, that this is really, at the previous board meeting, that this really aligns with the clock of CSBA governance team. So you can see that we review financials throughout the entire year. These are the regulatory financials that also have multi-year projections in them. This time last year, there was our first budget book. Unfortunately, the budget book will be updated in the upcoming fall. This really sets the stage for the discussion of our initiatives related to the LCAP and just the initiatives and the goals of our district for that conversation really to start in September. I believe at the last meeting, Bonnie had referenced, this LCAP was condensed into, I don't know, it's a year-long process, and I think we did it in like 4 months. And so really that stakeholder engagement and talking about those goals, talking about those initiatives, and talking about how they're connected to the budget really begins in September. So when we look at where does our revenue come from? So we have unrestricted revenue and then we have restricted revenue. So unrestricted revenue, there's far more flexibility in how we spend it. So estimated actuals overall revenue is targeted at just under 159 million. You can see that increase for 21-22 to 161 and continuously go up. That revenue limit sources, that top line right here, that is where our property taxes are held. There is other state monies in there, so that's why you don't get that direct calculation of that 5% increase year over year that we budget. It's going to be very exciting this year to watch the tracker and see where it ends up, because we all know that the housing costs are going up tremendously here and they are selling, which means as those properties turn over, we are also seeing an increase on our property taxes. But to be conservative until we get more information, we will be budgeting upcoming year and then the 2 out years at that 5%. So when we look at revenue on the restricted side, that's where we see most of our federal revenues come from. And we do get state revenue that's also on the restricted side. Estimated actuals are at about 52.5 million. We dropped to 31. 25 and 25. And when we talk about the revenue comments, we'll go into why there is that drop. But I bet you could probably guess the word that is related to why our restricted revenue is going down. And so when we look at our revenue comments, about 3.7 increase in our LCFF revenue. That's from our property tax projections, that 5% growth factor. But then it's also offset by 2 million increase in our charter and lieu payments. So the charter and lieu payments, the way that our charters are paid out in this district is actually, it comes off the top from our revenue. So we actually don't see that within the expenses. Our federal revenue is going to decrease about just under $8 million. This is because of COVID, right? So we got this influx of COVID funding last year to this year. So when you look at the regulatory document, you will see that high percentage that kind of draws your eye into, and you're like, why is it so different? And that is related to COVID. So the district does not expect to receive our full funding with the ESSER 3 grant. And the award is still being determined. It is not, the ESSER 3 money is not in the budget. So we should get more information on that. And when we do a revision, the official revision, since we don't do a 45-day revision, you will see it first interim, but we will definitely be able to talk to the additional COVID money during unaudited actuals in September. State revenue projected to decrease, again, related to COVID, that influx of COVID money. There was a slight reduction in CTE money, and revenue for both programs is recognized in the current fiscal year, and it doesn't span multiple years. There's usually carryover. So that revenue is booked in 1 year, and it's supposed to last multiple years, so you don't see that increase. You see that revenue booking, and then you actually see the decrease. So in our other local, we have a $3.5 million decline in local revenue. That's really just attributed to the absence of individual site donations. This money, as we get back our donations and our rentals of our facilities, we'll start to see that climb. But until that MOU is received in the business office, we do not recognize it in the budget. So when we look at expenditures, again, they're sorted by unrestricted and restricted. So for adopted budget, certificated salaries are just under 62 million. We have our classified salaries, our overall benefits, which lumps both health and welfare in there with all of the other payroll benefits, unemployment insurance, and so forth. We are just under 35 million. We then sort into books and supplies, services and other expenses. So you can see that drop. You can see that slight drop in the books and supplies for the COVID money from estimated actuals to adopted budget. So our total expenditures that we're projecting as of now for next year is about 131 million. So when we look at on the restricted side, again, sorted in the same cost centers, resulting in a total expenditure of just shy of 64 million for adopted budget. And then you see that sharp decline in these 2 out years, again, related to COVID expenses. So this budget, it's when Dina and I are looking at this budget and looking at these expenses and all this one-time money, it's really important for us to be able to track this one-time revenue and make sure that it only has one-time expenses that accompany it. We never want to pay for ongoing expenses with one-time funding. So expenditure comments, there is a decrease of about 1.1 in certificated. This is non-positional time, substitute pay, different breakdowns within the certificated classifications for budgeted salaries. Classified salaries increase, that's 682,000. That includes what the step and column increases. Employee benefits is about 1.3 million. This is due to that unemployment tax that I spoke of before. That accounts for 1.2 million. It was like a 300% increase over prior years. Of course, the district, the state gave us money to pay for it, but it was COVID funds with the expectation that we would foot the bill for that increased unemployment insurance bill. We do have services and other operating services decrease about 2 million from estimated actuals. This is kind of showing up some contract services related to restricted programs, and a reduction in repairs and maintenance make up the difference. We have a capital outlay decrease of just under 700,000. This was for that prior solar project that was funded by clean energy sources. So you'll see that expenditure in current year, and then you won't see that moving forward. And then the removal of the indirect charges for adult ed restricted program also shows a slight difference. So when we look at our multi-year projection, that is going to be our current upcoming budget year, which is 21-22, and then 2 out years. So this is a little bit more detail, side-by-side comparisons to the information that I had shared with you in a few of the earlier slides, so that you can get a picture of that. I think what's important, which I always look at, and I know the board is always aware of, is what is this ending fund balance for us? And so for 21-22, our operational budget is slotted with the information that's currently in here to be about 8.65% in reserves. For 22-23, we're showing an 8%, and for 23-24, also an 8%. Again, the S3 money is not in here. There's also some other high cost expenditures that did not make it into this round of the budget that need to be added in, and more so in the out years, and that is our technology refresh budget. And also we were cycling through on capital outlay purchases of school buses, and we paused that, I believe, last year and this year. And it's definitely something we want to plan for. We have about 7 buses that will need to be replaced. And so those come at a cost. I think we try to replace 2 a year at about $350,000. There's also not a lot of the new staffing in the current year and the out years. So what will be brought to you back in September is how the initiatives that are in the LCAP, where they sit in the budget, if they are a new expense or an existing expense. So again, we can have those conversations early on about how we can identify funding from the budget to help us meet our goals within the LCAP. And so closing thoughts, this has been a crazy year related to budget with this influx of COVID. Every COVID dollar that we get seems to come with a required plan and then an expense report. So that is definitely different than what we've had before when we account for the money. It's going to make our audit quite interesting and very extensive, because the requirements that the auditors have to pull is very tedious, and their sample sizes will be quite large. Also, within the next month or so, available on our website, and then I will bring to the board most likely in September, is more of an interactive account for how our COVID dollars were spent, kind of like a one-stop shop worksheet where you can see the allocations, how the funding was spent, and what our plans for it are to spend. So that is all. questions?
Okay, I do see hands beginning to go up. I will mention that this item is going on to a public hearing also right after this. So the attendees will have a public hearing opportunity to put in their 2 cents. Shanice, I'll go to you.
Of course, I'm still learning the budget, so all that information, some of it went over my head, but I do have questions. You said something that was intriguing to me, and I know sometimes, I know as a parent, I didn't know exactly how much work administration does. And so when I think about the additional plans that people add when they added the COVID funding, which meant everyone you have to do a plan that doesn't take 1 or 2 days. It takes several different layers. And so my question was, with some of the funding, did it account for some of the administrative time, secretary time, your time, other admin time? Like, and could you give me an estimate of what admin time looked prior to COVID and what it looks like now? Because I do think some people get lost in what admin does. And when I say that, I say it broadly. Mm-hmm.
So you can't shift existing salaries. So I can't take a portion of like Dina's salary, credit the general fund, and then use COVID money for that. If we wanted to hire an accountant to be responsible for these funds, COVID funds could help with that. The challenge is that we don't get this rule book enough time to plan, to hire, to train, right? As a public agency, we have requirements for posting and hiring and then training on our software. And so governmental accounting is quite different. Forget everything you know, it's all reversed. And so it's definitely takes some time to ramp up. Dina could probably speak to this more. I would say she's doing an expense report that takes a few hours monthly. That is definitely new. And again, it's building that plane while it's flying, right? So it's like, well, you have to report on the expenses. You need to do that by the end of the month. Oh, but we're not going to have the template until the 25th. Oh, and it has to be board approved. And so it's these last minute items, and the state, unfortunately, I do have to question if people that are writing these regulations have worked at school sites or if they forgot what it's like to work at a district office and at school sites with the amount of time and resources that go into these reports. Now, another fun fact is our EPAA school, they have to do all of these reports as well. So we actually get them doubled because our independent charter also has to report on these funds in the same manner that we do as a school district.
So it sounds like significant amount of work. So
there's a significant amount of work, yes.
So compliments to you and Dina and whoever else supports. The one thing I wanted to note is that you will be doing an interactive account on how COVID was spent. I think that that's a lot of what families have been wanting to hear more about, even including myself. So I'm looking forward to that. So just wanted to ask those two things, because after you did all that, I was like, how much time does this really take? And so it just gives us an idea. Do you think that going into the fall, you will need that amount of time again for some of this COVID stuff? Because we'll still have remnants of funding that we need to get through and report on. And so just wondering, what is that time going to look like to do that in the fall?
We don't really know what's around the corner. It used to be fairly steady, but the financial reporting has always had very stringent deadlines. So, we, as I showed you on that, the timeline, right? We operate in multiple fiscal years at the same time. and we're maneuvering several different deadlines, and we can't start some of these financial reports until a certain day. So the window to actually do the work while you are still doing all of the other work is definitely a very stressful time for the business office.
If I could just chime in for a second, what Crystal said is absolutely correct. What usually happens with the state is that we'll get a notice that will come, and we'll have like a week to complete the report. I mean, it's just a really, really tight deadline. We have limited information from the state. The guidance shifts constantly. So it's always a moving target. And every time we get new funding, there's new guidelines, new reporting, just everything is brand new. So you just kind of add on to each of the different buckets of money. And so now we have about 7 different resource codes related to COVID. So yeah, it's 7 times the work at this point right now. And we have to tightly monitor how they're being spent, because it's not like free for all dollars. They're very, very restricted.
Okay. Thank you all so much for your hard work and your information. Thank you.
I hit the unmute button, but it wouldn't listen to me. So I see my hand was the last one up there. So I'll throw in my 2 cents. I think the conversation we just had is another reflection of the phrase of the 100 days of May. And of course, here we are in June, which is likewise a 100-day month. And it's reflected very much in the agenda we have for this evening. Everything from every corner of district operations is suddenly piled up in one tremendous mountain that requires action right together at the end of the year. So it is incredibly impressive to have this amount of strong work and good reporting pulled together. And once again, Crystal, we have to recognize this is done by somebody who is wearing 2 tremendous hats on the same head at the same time. And your work could never be more appreciated than everything we're seeing under these circumstances. I'd have to say that for myself, I am quite willing to make the trade-off that we will not see a continuation of the one-time COVID funding for not seeing a continuation of the one-time COVID pandemic. And the very strong hope we have that we are all turning the corner and we are moving forward to a new normal in the fall will be well balanced by a gentle return to a more recognizable funding and financial stress model. But it's also worth noting that right now we're hearing an awful lot about how flush the state of California is temporarily and how much money is being thrown to education and how much the financial landscape is changing. And yet the fact of the matter is, as you reflect here, that there are specific one-time monies for the one-time challenges that we're working our way through. We cannot base ongoing expenses and development of long-term program and things like that on the present availability of a particular pile of one-time money. And we are very much accountable for how that one-time money gets spent. So we have an opportunity to make very good and very necessary use of this funding. It's very important funding, it's very worthwhile funding, but it is very specific funding as well. So to me, I appreciate the way you've reflected all of this. And I think combining a little bit of last board meeting's presentation with this one, we've laid out a 3-year LCAP. We have a lot of things on our somewhere between wish list and intention list over the 3 years. And it seems that when you take the two of them together, we are going to be looking as these 3-year projections unroll over time and continually prioritizing how much of the LCAP we're able to roll out financially on a year-on-year basis. And so that, I think that is going to be really a key driver of how that LCAP unfolds over the coming 3 years. But this is, I think, excellent guidance on what the landscape ahead looks like for us. So if there are not other board questions or comments, we can begin to move ahead to our public hearings on these last couple of presentations. And that gives me an opportunity to do something I haven't done lately, which is wield my gavel. And so we begin with item 13.1, the public hearing on the local control accountability plan for the Sequoia Union High School District. And at 7:48, I open that hearing. Any members of the public that wish to make comments on the Sequoia LCAP may do so at this time by raising your hands. Not seeing a flurry of blue hands go up, I close the hearing at 7:48. That moves us to 13.2, our public hearing on the local control accountability plan for East Palo Alto Academy. We open that hearing still at 7:48. And I welcome any public comment. And I do see one hand that has gone up. I'm in my attendee list and I'm, there it is. Okay, Carol Ann Coleman.
Yes, I just want to say how impressed I am with that. And I'm just so proud of East Palo Alto Academy, and I'm just sending you love. And all the hard work you're doing, it's definitely paying off, and I just applaud you.
Thank you for that. And that looks like the only comment we have. Very much appreciated. With that, we close that hearing at 7:49. And we move on to the public hearing on the SUHSD proposed budget, which opens at 7:49. Okay, not seeing hands go up for that. But almost expect a similar level of enthusiasm. However, seeing no public comment, we close that hearing at 7:50. And we move to our final public hearing, 13.4, which is the public hearing in consideration of adoption of resolution number 1689, approving the engineer's report. And with that, all right, I see that adoption of that is below. But we do not have a presentation, do we, this evening on that report that has occurred at our previous meeting. So at this point, we are ready to open public hearing for any public comment on resolution number 1689, the engineering report confirming diagram and assessment and ordering levy of assessment for fiscal year 2021-22 for the SUHSD Maintenance Assessment District. And that hearing opens at 7:51. And again, I am not seeing a bunch of hands go up for that. And so with that, at 7:51, we close that hearing. All right. So that moves us on to discussion items. At this point, I would take a quick look around the room to my fellow trustees if we've reached a point in the evening where a brief break would be appropriate. Okay, we've been at it almost 2 hours plus our closed session. So it is 9 minutes, 8 minutes to 8. Let's recess until 8 o'clock and then we will resume again. Thank you. Okay, we welcome everybody back. And we're ready to begin our discussion items with discussion item 14.1, a discussion of future in-person board meetings. Crystal, I believe that's on you.
Yes, thank you, President Sarver. So at the end, I believe, of our last board meeting, it was requested to add to the agenda so that the board can talk about how we're moving forward with in-person meetings. As we know, the situation that we're dealing with COVID and the regulations around COVID today will look differently June 15th. Potentially we got additional information that will also change around the end of July. And so we can have a discussion about where we currently are right now as far as health standards and protocols for having board meetings, and then what we're expecting in the near future, what we would like to do for the remaining board meeting this year, and potentially what August could look like. Because there are a lot of regulations around this as far as Brown Act, as well as like different letters and regulations that the governor has given to school districts that sometimes could be a little hard for us to digest. I've invited Claire Cunningham, who's the Chief Deputy County Counsel, to help us facilitate this conversation and then also plug in some holes. So Claire, can you bring the board up to speed on where we currently are and what our future may or may not look like?
Sure, I will do my best. Good evening, Board President Sarver and members of the board. It's a pleasure to meet with you all tonight as I try to look into a crystal ball to figure out what is on the horizon with the COVID-19 restrictions as we transition out of the pandemic. I was very relieved to receive the letter from the governor's office, which is part of your board packet dated June 2nd, which states that the executive order that Governor Newsom issued back in March of 2020 is being extended beyond the June 15th reopening date. There was a lot of concern that because that executive order was tied to physical distancing requirements, that when those physical distancing requirements go away, and as we reopen the state, that boards would have to immediately transition to pre-COVID board meeting practices. So we have some flexibility. And I do want to point out that if you read the letter from the governor's office, it talks about the purpose behind extending the application of that executive order is to give boards and legislative bodies additional flexibility and time to plan for when they return. It's not because there's a health or safety need that requires remote board meetings to continue. So I think particularly in San Mateo County, we're doing quite well from the health and safety perspective. So I don't think it's premature to start planning for a return to in-person board meetings. But what that will look like is still a little bit up in the air. So the options right now, if this board were to consider resuming in-person board meetings right away, that would look like the pre-COVID era, which means that the agenda posting and public comment, et cetera, would happen much like it did before the pandemic, but you would still need to ensure physical distancing and masks until June 15th, which I don't think you have another board meeting, thankfully, within the next 6 days. So that's not a concern. But on June 15th, the physical distancing requirements go away. What we don't know is what the Cal OSHA emergency temporary standards are going to look like. In fact, the Cal OSHA Standards Board is meeting tonight in a special board meeting where they're going to be grappling with this issue yet again. They voted on June 3rd to adopt a revised version of the emergency temporary standards that nobody liked. And we are anticipating that at its meeting on June 17th, we're going to get a whole new version. So we've had to spend all this time digesting and understanding the June 3rd version, only to have it most likely get tossed out the window and we'll have new temporary standards that we're going to have to understand in terms of what that means for employees. So it's important to remember that the Cal OSHA emergency temporary standards only relate to employees. Those are the restrictions that the district must implement to protect worker safety, but it doesn't apply to members of the public who might choose to attend a board meeting in person. For members of the public who wish to attend a board meeting, the rules from a health and safety perspective are in the Beyond the Blueprint document that the California Department of Public Health issued last month. And those make it clear that there will not be physical distancing requirements. And it's quite likely that face coverings will no longer be required for individuals who are vaccinated. There are a lot of logistical issues that we need to sort through. How do we know if somebody's vaccinated, if they want to come to a board meeting? That sort of thing that remains to be seen. But for now, it appears that your two options are, you do have the opportunity, if you wish, to continue with remote board meetings pursuant to the executive order that the governor issued in March of 2020 until he decides to rescind it. We don't know when he's going to rescind it. That was not included in the letter, and we have not received any word. But we are hoping and expecting that there will be enough of a heads up to give you enough time to plan for a return to in-person board meetings. The other option is that you can go ahead and start transitioning to in-person board meetings right now. The executive order authorizes you to meet remotely, but it does not require you to meet remotely. So if you wish, and that's for the board to discuss tonight, you can talk about whether and when you'd like to resume in-person board meetings. And then in terms of the requirements for public access, it would be like the board meetings were prior to COVID, where you'd have to provide opportunities for public comment at the board meeting, but remote public comment would not be required. So I'll pause there. I see that Trustee Dubois has a question. I'm sorry, you're muted. Oh, thank you.
No, we are.
Okay. So yes.
Can you hear me now?
Trustee Dubois needs some help with her microphone again. And the question was not immediately for Claire, but for part of the conversation with the board. So we'll get you straightened out, and then we'll include you in the conversation.
Okay.
Rich, you had something?
Your microphone's working if you want to go.
My microphone's working, so do you still want me to wait?
Go ahead.
We can hear you, Carrie. Okay, you want me to go now? Okay. Yeah, I had a brainstorm. I think, sorry, Claire, technical difficulties. You know, I think I would like to go back to in-person, the pre-COVID type of meeting. I think it's important, like when people address the board, that we see them and they're in the room with us. So I would like to go back to the pre-COVID situation, but I had a brainstorm. Because we have certain parts of our community that are not able to participate, and because of the equity issue around that, I believe this room is too small and it's in the wrong location. I think people would be more helpful if they could space out, and that includes community members as well as our staff. So I propose that we begin to hold our board meetings in East Palo Alto. I don't know if this will work or not for AMICA, but maybe at East EPAA's gym, and maybe alternate between East Palo Alto and North Fair Oaks, maybe at the St. Francis Center, and try that, because there is an equity issue. I'm remembering the Spanish speaking parent who came to our board meeting, and that's so rare for somebody to come.
I'm not hearing you through my speakers. But that may be my speakers.
I'm not gonna be able to say that all again.
No, you were going, maybe somehow you were going through Alan's.
Here, Carrie. Just
You have an echo.
Here you go. Well, that's another reason for more. Just use that. Where do I do? Just plug it in on the side. There you go. Push it off again.
Mhm.
There you go.
This is the other problem with, can you hear me? See, this is the other problem. We have a technology issues at the time. People still can't hear me. I'm not gonna be able to say that all again. Did you guys hear me? Okay. Perfect. It was so rare, right? And so I propose that this is an opportunity to change the way we do things and go for a bigger room and go for a location that will encourage participation with our community members that have a really hard time and have actually never really attended our board meetings. So that is my brainstorm that I want to pass on to my colleagues. But I do believe, I think Zoom creates some problems when we have people speaking to us and we can't see their faces. So I prefer the pre-COVID way.
Okay, Rich, why don't you throw in your comments?
Okay, so I actually want to cover several things on this agenda item, just to maybe set the table for the scope of the discussion. I think there's Zoom or not to Zoom, maybe adding location if we're not Zooming. And just so you know, Claire, the board is all in the same room right now, along with our student trustees and superintendent. Then there's public comment, whether people can comment remotely or not. We could consider that having, and something I want to ask you about, Claire, specifically with public comment, is if we could have norms that people must follow if they want to make comment by Zoom. Like you have to have your camera on and you can only speak about school policies. If you want to say something about a person or you want to say something not about a school policy, then you have to show up. So something like that. And if you break the norm, you get muted. If you come live, you have your First Amendment rights. You can say whatever you want to say, but you have to show up. I want to talk about the consent calendar. We had some questions about consent calendar, which I think was in the scope of future board meetings and how we handle consent. The clock, I want to talk about using the clock, timing speakers and timing agenda items. And when we have a time in the agenda, sticking to it, I would say if we have a time for a presentation and that presentation has run its course, they pause, they either resume later if all the other business gets completed on time, but we don't let any one presentation go long because that just pushes everybody else off. And I think would be good to try to stay on schedule. So I'd be interested in using the clock and actually sticking to it. And if someone wants to stay more, then they get moved to the end and we take it if there's time. If it's 1 a.m, we probably wouldn't take it. So that's sort of 4 things: Zoom, public comment, consent calendar, and use of the clock that I want to cover broadly. And I don't know, Alan, if you want to, how you'd like to structure that discussion to those 4 things, want it linearly or have each person comment on each thing. I'm open to how we go through those things. Sorry, and I'll just say my opinion would be that I would be interested in continuing to allow people to participate and comment on Zoom if they follow norms, but requiring people to come live and be muting them if they break the norm, and they have to show up if they want to say something about an individual or speak about something that's not a school policy.
So I think one of my starting points, I do think that we should have a conversation, first of all, about the Zoom or.
No, I'm not talking about you. I was talking to Carrie.
Okay. We should begin with a conversation about the Zoom versus not Zoom. I think to me, it is a relief that we are not constrained to immediately make a transition to comply with the June 15th date. I think that whatever our transition is, it is going to involve some technical adaptations that it is good for us to have time to plan and be able to implement. And I would think that being able to be in a position to begin in-person based meetings for the coming school year would be a most efficient and effective way to go about that, and to close out the remaining meeting for this year. And I know we're going to have a retreat during the summer if those things are fundamentally Zoom based, but somewhat in person as we're operating now, while we get all of our adaptation worked out. I think a big part of what we're looking at here is that question of moving forward to a new normal that is better rather than just going back to normal. And one of the things that has come out of our 15 months of Zoom meetings is that the level of public participation is meeting in and meeting out far and above and beyond any participation we ever had prior to that time. And I think that's a huge public value that we've garnered through this period of time, and something that we absolutely do not want to step away from and lose. So I think we do want to have, as part of our return to face-to-face meetings, that there is a streaming capability that we have in place that the public can remotely view and hear live meetings. Then it becomes a separate question from that. How is their input taken? Would it only be those who are present at the meeting speaking in person, or would there be also then a separate protocol for remote input from the public? And then there I would add, looking at Carrie's recommendation, do we look for a venue that is not centralized here at the district office, but that is in a particular community of the district? Would that translate into perhaps a preference that the board might want to go to rotating meetings at different sites to go to different parts of the community rotationally? Do we need to look at a particular portion of our community and say that community is more challenged with traveling to the central location and should be served in their backyard regularly to include them fairly? Or are there multiple contenders for that title of which part of the community really is most in need and most deserving of that? So I think those are things that we should kind of knock around. And one of the things I also recognize, and I want to turn to our interim superintendent on that, is that, and of course, the idea of moving it around adds substantial work and expense to the district. It's one thing to say we're going to prepare this room at the district office for live streaming and a more technologically advanced mode of interaction. It's quite another to say we're going to take that show on the road and either rotate every meeting or pick a new location away from the district office where we're going to do that. And so I'd kind of throw that part of the conversation open around the room and then come back to some of the other things that Rich brought up. And Shanice, I know you had your hand up next. So.
I have several comments about this. I think we always don't talk about the benefit of what COVID has taught us. And so I want to talk about that a little bit as it relates to public access. And I think that is very important for families like myself, or live in different parts of the community that's not so easily accessible. So I'm only going to talk from that corridor of South County. Pre-COVID, and Anna may be able to contest to this as a resident in the South County, how long it would take me to even get to MA as my school. So pre-pandemic, I lived 10, 15 minutes away from the campus. Pre-pandemic, it would take me a half hour to an hour to get to that campus. And that's to pick up my child and take her to Boys and Girls Club or whatever the case may be. And so that is significant for me. And that's just transportation and availability of time. I got time, I should be able to travel and do this. Right now, because of the pandemic, I'm able to get here within a half hour, 15 minutes sometimes on a good day if I'm driving not appropriately, but I can get here within a half hour. I believe traffic is going to get worse. We are already talking about it in East Palo Alto. People are cutting through our community. We are trying, I think Facebook is going to open up. Some other things are going to open up around our community. There's only so many ways in and out of East Palo Alto to get here at a decent amount of time. So even as I'm thinking about, coming in person is no problem. That's why I'm on the board. But I'm even planning, how early do I need to leave in order to get here from where I live, which is further East Palo Alto, almost to the Dumbarton. So that's me with having the privilege to have a job that's going to be flexible with me and all those kinds of stuff. But if I didn't, it would be rough to be on this board if I didn't have the flexibility around my time and being able to meet this meeting. So I struggle with not having a meeting that is not accessed and being able to not only have it teleconference and all that, but actual engagement over Zoom. I do think we need to see people. I do think we should have norms for public comment and all that, but to completely take it out would actually disenfranchise a whole community just based off transportation, not language, not culture, none of that stuff, just simply transportation. If you live anywhere on the other side of the west side of East Palo Alto, you cannot get to these meetings. And I knew that as a parent. I was late to meetings trying to get here to be on agenda. So I really want to push that a little bit further. The other thing is we do have families who are now more tech savvy than they've ever been. And they do want to be at these meetings. We have it at our job. We've increased participation at Ravenswood School District and the city council meetings. And we're a pretty civic engaged community. But if you take away that technology outside of our city, I don't know if we would show up. And so as much as I love public comment and all that, I want an equitable amount of voices that have the opportunity to come here. The other thing is I like this idea of going around to different communities because I do think that piece of it, not to cut off the Zooming piece of it, but going around a different community allows us to get a feel of each community and what they need and have direct conversations with residents of that community. If that's part of the reason why we want to travel, it just helps families to have access. And when I worked for another regional organization who had 3 different offices, we actually rotated meetings, and that allowed more community members to have facial access and build relationships with the community and have direct conversations. So I like that idea. I think the other thing that I am thinking about when we're thinking about public access to meetings is how do we let families know what is on the agenda? So I've struggled with that as a public person, like how much do I email and say without feeling like I'm advocating for one thing or another, say, hey, these things are going to be important. You guys need to come out and hear what's being presented by our cabinet, by our board, by community members, partners. And so I also want to throw that in there because showing up at a meeting is great, but people show up for a reason. And so how do we communicate to families without signing up on the email listing that there's some important things that are on the agenda? And what is the role of the sites to be able to do that so that families feel like they can call in? I know Spanish is a specific piece of it, but we do have other families with other languages. And I want to make sure that we have that we're not overlooking those who have less demand of language issues, but may want to make sure that they're involved in somehow and that we're culturally sensitive to those things as well. So those are the things that I was thinking about. The other piece is, I thought it was interesting that we have Trustee Isabel. I don't know your last name yet, but yet we had Trustee Diego call in. So I'm thinking about students as well, that we need to have options given student demands, where they're at, what they're trying to balance. And so those are the things that I was thinking offhand. So thank you.
Okay. All right, Edith, it looks like you had something to contribute.
Yeah, I was first, in the very short term, going to implore the board, with whatever changes they make, to consider making them starting in August with the new school year, just considering that we are off of school hours. And so teachers and other employees who are not involved in summer school and not working over the summer, but might want to continue to be involved in the meeting in 2 weeks, may have already made plans to be out of the realm of commuting to the board office or some other district site. In addition, I speak as the institutional memory to remind some members of the board and inform other newer members of the board that the board has been a traveling roadshow in the past. There was a practice of having a board meeting at each of the sites. It is a big endeavor for each of the sites to take on, as Alan pointed out. And so I would also toss in for the discussion that if you were going to go to individual school sites for meetings, that the agenda planning be very intentional, because you are holding classified employees at those sites rather than the folks who have whatever schedules of working at the district office. You're probably having classified individuals at the sites needing to stay to shut down, clean up, and close off, who are perhaps not normally on the sites at those hours. So it would just be another layer to discuss. And I'm also in favor of there being norms for public comment in all venues. I don't think that, with whatever stipulations Claire can clarify about, I don't think being in person should give you, license to be offensive necessarily as well. Thank you.
Chris.
I'll try to be pretty concise. About not beginning.
Chris, we're not hearing you.
Thank you. Mute problem. I'll try to be concise. First, want to agree with what the President Sarver stated and Edith concurred about, that we don't begin this practice, whatever it may be, until the new school year. Second, I want to observe that Zoom has had the effect of bringing more public voices to us in the past year, and that's got to be a good thing. And so I'd like to see us continue some form of that even while we go to in-person meetings. Zoom and more input also means that we need more structure to our meetings and norms. And so generally I agree with what my colleagues have said there. I'd like to add, there's one thing that the Palo Alto School District does that I think is quite fair, which is to say, if you want to provide public input, you have access to the agenda, and you need to provide that we could come up with a Google form essentially that has them in the same way that we had cards here, submit that before the start of an item. That that prevents two things. It provides greater clarity on who we're calling upon, a real clear list of who's being called upon. And the other thing is, I think it makes it clear that that's board input as distinguished between deliberation. And when we've gotten bogged down in the past, it has to do with, we can't have a deliberative conversation very effectively with an entire community. So some more structure, I think, is incumbent upon having continued Zoom presence. Next is the site moving around. As Edith observed, it's been done in the past. I think it's a good thing in general. I like my colleague Carrie's sensitivity to locations that provide access to communities that don't have easy access to us. I guess I'd want to point out that that's not limited to East Palo Alto. And I think of North Fair Oaks as an example. And pardon me?
I said East Palo Alto and North Fair.
And what I'm saying, I wouldn't want to see it in one location in particular. Well, and so I would think in lieu of that one might have places one could go. For example, Amika, I don't mean to impose this upon you, but schools that had a room with access to the feed and a place where you could provide the input. So we're not necessarily there, but it allows the community to participate that is not necessarily set up for Zoom. That's it for me. Other than that, I'm hoping some group like the president and somebody else can come up with an action plan from this. And from that, we find out what the legal implications are. So we don't keep Claire on the line the whole time while we muse about what might be.
Excellent. Okay, Rich, you had your hand up again.
Yeah, first, maybe Claire, a question that I have for you is about norms. And I mean, I appreciate what Edith said about, I mean, we like, ideally, everyone always only says nice things. But I think there's some First Amendment right. Can you talk about, I mean, you gave us a write-up, but everyone on the Zoom didn't necessarily have the chance to read that in advance. Could we say that if you get muted if you're on the Zoom and you break certain norms, and what could we do in terms of what do we have to allow people to do?
So the difficulty will be in defining those norms because of the First Amendment protections. And I do want to mention at the outset that I agree that whatever norms the board adopts would have to apply equally to in-person comments and to remote commenters. But there are a couple of areas where the Brown Act would allow the board to cut off public comment. First, public comment is only allowed for matters that fall within the board's jurisdiction. So that's one way. If people are coming to speak during public comment and it doesn't have anything to do with the school board, then that's not something that the board needs to permit. But what I think has been the bigger issue has been discourteous public comment. And that has been very challenging and troubling to listen to. And the Brown Act does protect and affirmatively grant the right of the public to criticize the district for district operations, policies, et cetera, including calling out individual district employees by name. However, such criticism needs to be related to job performance. So if the criticism veers off into a personal attack, then that is when you can, and I would advise you that before you jump to muting the commenter, that you warn them first to say that personal attacks fall outside the scope of what is allowable during public comment, and request that the commenter reframe their statement so that it has to do with job performance, policy, whatever it is that's related. But of course, that still can be very pointed and unpleasant to listen to, but that is protected under the Brown Act.
Is it typically the board president who has to play that role, or do you usually have like a bailiff or somebody who's got that job to cut in?
Yeah, it's the board president who's chairing the meeting. Unfortunately, they're the ones who have to be the traffic cop for public comment, and it can be very challenging. And the other thing that I want to point out is that the Brown Act prohibits legislative bodies from requiring commenters to disclose their identity. So when you had speaker cards at an in-person meeting, somebody could write down Mickey Mouse as their name, and you would still have to allow them to speak, even though you know that is not their actual name. They have the right to speak during public comment without identifying themselves. And unfortunately, we see that when you couple that with people being able to turn off their screen, you get much more vicious attacks because people feel free with the anonymity that allows to say things that they wouldn't otherwise say when even if they've put down, Bart Simpson as their name instead of their real name, it's still their face and they're still standing there in public and saying the comments to other human beings in the room. And with Zoom, they're able to turn off their camera. But there is no legal authority to impose greater norms or restrictions. And because of the First Amendment rights that are implicated by this, I would advise against coming up with norms that require remote public commenters, for example, to turn their camera on because it's not specifically allowed by law. And so until we get some sort of legal authority to do that, I think the risk is too great that there would be a challenge under the Brown Act and also potentially about First Amendment rights to speak.
If we did get such a challenge, what would wouldn't the remedy be just to stop doing it? Or would there be some kind of damages as a remedy?
Well, there'd be attorney's fees. There's always that. And, the staff time to deal with whatever legal challenge may arise. But there, it could be unpleasant. It at a minimum would be a newspaper article. So that's up to you to decide if you want to try to be on the cutting edge of that. But there could be some other negative repercussions.
Okay, so I think we have 3 at least that have said not make any change before August. So I think that's resolved. I think I'll say in terms of the rotating meetings, I think we definitely want to at least understand what is involved, time, expense, and how that overlaps with Zoom. Because if we're going to be, we have these high-speed connections here that wouldn't necessarily be the case in other sites. We would need to, at a minimum, understand the scope before we committed to moving. I like the idea of rotating, but I don't think we need to set a specific rotation schedule right now. I would personally think try to visit every site once every 2 years in the district and rotate everywhere if we're going to rotate and make it, as somebody suggested, meaningful. So if we're looking at a certain school site plan or they're the ones being recognized, that we have that meeting at that site, that being thoughtful about the agenda that's had at that site. So it's specific to that region for whatever reason. But I think I heard at least 3 say that we'd want to continue allowing people to participate and comment by Zoom. So I think that it was the first 2 of the items, not including, those are the items I think we needed Claire for, and then was consent and clock. But unless others have stuff to add on those first 2, which were rotating meetings, Zoom public comment, kind of that, Sean.
I do have one more question, a clarifying legal question that, and Claire, maybe you can help us with this. Can public comments be written? We get a lot of emails, and maybe I'm new, but it feels like we get a lot of emails around that are different, right? There are some who are giving public comment of something that they think is coming up on the agenda. And then you have people who are just trying to share their opinions and kind of that they want a dialogue. But the ones that are for public comment, I know that City of Menlo Park, City of Redwood City, and of course there's city councils, they have a place where you can do written comments and submit them to a general email, and it considered part of the public record. Can school districts do some of that? Because I do think there's multiple ways people can share their voices.
Yes, and in fact, the County Board of Education does that. So what I would advise is that emails to the board should be treated as correspondence to the board, not as public comment. But there are times when people are unable to attend a board meeting. And typically what they do is they ask a friend to read their statement during public comment on their behalf because they have a conflict and couldn't make it. But an alternate route for providing public comment would be to have an email function or a messaging function on the district website where people can, instead of just sending an email to the board, they can post it there, and then it would become part of the public record for that particular board meeting. That doesn't mean that it would be read during the board meeting, but it would be included in the district's records of the board meeting. So it would be, included with the minutes and the agenda packet that the board keeps in perpetuity.
Thank you. With that said, I would recommend that we have a separate maybe it's just me, but a separate email where people can give public comment, because I do think there's a difference between wanting to correspond and be with us and have a dialogue versus actually speaking to an agenda item. But that would be my only other, and that could be in whatever language that feels comfortable to a family, and they just need to know that it is part of public records.
I like that idea. Okay, I did want to make a comment to Rich before I move on to the next hands that are up. I think we still need to take into account that there's more to remote interaction than just Zoom or not. That something else that we've had under discussion is live streaming the meetings and basically being able to receive it externally, but not necessarily with the board members interacting through Zoom or the members of the public. As Chris was talking about, if we had remote viewing locations with interactive capability, they would probably not be on Zoom, but they would have, perhaps some other way of broadcasting back where maybe they had a podium for public comment that would come to us. So I think there's a lot of technical review to go on with that, but I do think the agreement that I've heard here is that we do want to maintain an electronic interactive capability for remote viewing and for remote input. And then I do think that it's probably a request for a certain amount of inspection on the part of investigation on the part of staff as to what would be involved in rotating our board meetings. We've identified at least a couple of communities that are real good targets for some regular presence there. But we've also thrown out the idea that at different times of the year, our agenda focuses on the different sites around the campus or around the district. And there would be some sense in looking to, okay, do we hold various meetings at those sites when they are a major participant in the content of the board meeting? So I think we might touch on that a little bit as we get on to looking at our next item, which is our board schedule for next year, and think about how a rotation might play with what we look at.
If I could just respond real quick, Alan. So I think in the short term, no change through at least the beginning of August.
Right.
And I want to support Chris's idea of having more structure stick with Zoom. And I was just saying, I think Chris, Shanice, and I are all interested in sticking with Zoom, and I'll agree with Chris about adding some structure. Maybe we would decide sometime after August that we would stop doing Zoom and just live stream, but at least for the next 2 months, keeping it like this, and maybe more people join us in this room and maybe they all stay on Zoom, but we keep doing this, what we're doing now for at least the next couple months is where I think we are. But
well, at the very least, that gives the board a chance to experience the glories of room and Zoom for a while.
Trustee Nori has his hand up. I didn't know if you saw it.
Yeah, I do. I think, go ahead.
Oh, I just had something related to public comment, but I happened to attend a San Francisco Board of Education meeting, and something that they did that I thought was really cool was in public comment, because I know we always want to try to get more students involved. They have a specific section of general public comment where any students of the district can come speak. And I thought if we did something like that, like added it to board docs where we have public comment, but we also have a specific section of public comment where students are welcome to speak specifically, it might be good to increase student engagement, because I know a lot of times students especially might feel a little intimidated going next to a bunch of adults, especially if their issue is something different. So maybe having a dedicated section for students to give public comment might be nice.
You spoke really fast for me, and my mind is slow. So they had something on the agenda, like a student trustee or a student public comment.
Yeah, so they had two public comments. Like one was specifically for students of the district and the other was for any general member of the public.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you.
I like that. Okay, Carrie again.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something. When somebody mentioned earlier that the board has rotated locations in the past, but that wasn't a board meeting like this, right? It was a very different type of meeting. It was more a visit of a school, talking to different groups, not the formal board meeting, correct? And then the second thing, I just want to make sure everybody heard what Claire said, that on Zoom, she doesn't advise that we ask people to turn their cameras on. I really feel for public comment, I would like people to come in person. So I'm wondering if anybody wants to reconsider that based on what we have experienced this past year. And it's troubling to me because I do really better if I could see the person's face. And in most of our public comments, it's only been the name. So does anybody want to reconsider this, or you still want, the majority of the board is still thinking that you want to take a Zoom version of public comment? I mean, this is our chance to make a good change.
So Carrie, I think for me, if I struggle with the families who can't get here. I don't care how many times you move it someplace else, they just do better with Zoom. And that's what we're seeing, at least in Ravenswood and Redwood City, some of the school districts in which our families who may come to our meeting may only come for certain topics. I want to make sure that they have access, not just to the technology, but to really share their voices. Because if we're going to engage families, we need to be different. And as much as I love to see people's beautiful faces, and I am definitely much better with people talking face to face, and Zoom kind of cuts that out, it's not about me. It's about people having access to the meeting and being able to give their public comment. And so I am struggling with that, although I see it and I understand it, and it feeds my soul to, even if people are yelling at me, at least I can see your face and kind of empathize with you. But I also see that some families, they struggle with engagement. I mean,
can I push back just a little bit? But our problem is we're not getting those families. They're not, like what I said, I mean, so few families have come to speak over the last 9 years. Now, what you're saying is in Ravenswood, they are getting more families to be able to engage, and we need to work on that. Is that what you're saying?
That's a whole different issue.
But right now,
access,
they're not engaging.
But access is the issue, right? So this is about access. This is not about engagement. That's a whole different subject. This is about access, right? And that one family that showed up to me is 1,000 families, right? Because that person showed up. And whether or not there's 100 families from one specific group, that's wonderful. That shows they're highly involved and they're welcome. But I also say, if we cut ourselves off, we limit that one person who could share a different voice, a different idea, and a different experience. And if we want to be inclusive, then we need to be able to have different avenues in which families can show up. And that's why I put the communication out there, right? We've never had families really show up as much as we wanted to. I was one of those families because I couldn't get to the meeting. And that's all it had to do was I couldn't drive across from East Palo Alto and all that traffic to say, I want to go to Menlo Atherton, right? So it's not about desire. If we demonstrate that you are allowed to come and communicate in these different methods, it says it's putting out the welcome carpet. And so that's why I set aside what I need versus what the families need in order to engage and to advocate for their student, but also for students to come and advocate for themselves. And I'm going to push back a little bit, Carrie, because I know your heart and I hear what you're saying. But if I'm going to be real, then it needs to be accessible first, then engagement.
She's clear.
I'll invite Edith in next. If everybody could remute themselves again, because we're getting some echoes. I'll come back and make some more comments.
I just wanted to speak to what Carrie said. Yes, you have done. I got remuted. The current board has done board visits, et cetera, but prior to that, there was a practice of the board having full board meetings at different sites, and the site plan would be presented just like one of the trustees said at that meeting. I remember in my first year, 24 years ago, speaking at a meeting at Carrington Hall at Sequoia.
Thank you. Bonnie?
I want to second what Edith said, that they were indeed full board meetings and that you would present your then site, now school plan on the night that you had that meeting. Anecdotally, I was talking with a couple principals yesterday who shared that they would love to see that happen, or would like, love is a strong word, to see that happen again, that they thought it was calm down, Bonnie. They thought it was a good opportunity to put board members in front of just groups of students and let those kids speak their truth and let board members wander around campus at lunchtime and get a real feel for the campuses. So anyways, that was a past practice that I do think was effective. And then I just wanted to voice an opinion that may not be very popular. I think that there's been terrible communication this year, and more is not necessarily better. You have in no way, shape, or form gotten a cross representation of the families or the students in this district. You've heard from the same 30 people over and over and over again, and it has influenced some decision-making in negative ways. So just because some people spoke a lot more doesn't mean that you got better communication. 30 people got a platform in a district with 9,500 students. And just a few meetings ago, people were wondering about, why are we in a place where people are feeling so downtrodden and people are being so disrespectful to each other? And I would say that a lot of that has to do with the current way we're doing communication. And speaking personally, if I can say something anonymously and not have to show my face, I'm not going to be as careful with my verbiage. And I think that that's just unfortunately human nature for a lot of people. I don't know how you guys do it. My husband and I have an agreement that if it's going to be controversial, we don't talk about it after 9 o'clock at night. You guys are inviting people at 10:30 in the evening from their living room sofas to tell you how they're feeling at that point in time. And so I'm going to say that more communication from a few stakeholders has not proven to be better communication this year, in my opinion. And while I completely agree with continuing to stream meetings and finding ways for more families to be involved, you haven't had more families be involved this year. Across the district, we've become disproportionately hearing from one sector of families even more than we used to before we were in this particular format. And I would encourage us to rethink, what does it look like to allow for voices to be equally represented. And I'm so glad that we did hear from the voices we heard from this year, but to be equally represented as their students are demographically represented in our district, and for us to all be accountable for how we talk to each other when and how we show up to do that.
Alan, if I could just jump in, maybe we could take the last couple comments and then table this for a few. We're clearly not, we've decided not to make a change in June. Like we can move past the Zoom public comment rotating meeting part of this discussion after these last comments, and maybe put this back on a future agenda before we need to make a decision, and then talk about the other items, if that's okay with the others here. I'd hear the last comments and then just say, well, you know, we haven't resolved fully. We know we're not going to make a change in June, if that works for others.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
fine.
So with that, take Isabella's input.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, I agree with Shawnee Stevenson that we should keep some form of public comments through Zoom, because through the student perspective, first off, half of our students roughly, just age-wise, don't have a license and cannot drive to these meetings, and their parents do not want to drive them to a board meeting so they can say their piece. So I think if we want to get more student input, we need to make it inviting to students, and the best way to do that is to not make them have to go someplace. But also just thinking, if we were to do streaming sites in different communities, that would, in my opinion, I think it would make people say less rude things if that was one way to do public comment, because even if, you know, we aren't necessarily seeing their face, or if their name is not being said aloud, they are standing in front of a room with people, which will, of course, you know, change the nature of what you're saying. So I would think those are two things that we could do. Yeah, one, to increase input, and two, to make discourse more polite.
Okay, I think those are excellent comments. I had my hand up. I'm going to lower it.
There's one more person, Paola.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw her. I just saw her.
Yeah. Yeah, we could have that one. Public comment.
Hello. Thank you very much for letting me talk. I logged in this meeting because I was waiting for item 14.1 to come up, and I'm a little confused because I've been on since 6 p.m. and I did have nothing, the 14.1 coming up, and I would like to know if it is going to happen or not. So sorry about it, but I'm like, we're almost 9 o'clock, and I'm like, maybe we're never gonna get to 14.1.
This is that conversation. Did you have a comment about it?
No.
Maybe she means it different.
Paola, did you want to talk about in-person meetings? Because that's what we're talking about now. Is that the item
No,
that you were looking at?
I was just getting in whatever, you know, was said about people, you know, family that want to say what they think about it, but there cannot be, if you have a meeting where people have to be on until 10 p.m., it's going to be very hard to get people on to think what, to voice their opinion, right? So that's, I totally agree with, I think it was Susan, whatever, where you want to have meetings where things are, it's easier for people to log in and tell what they think instead of being very late in the evening. And, like me, I've been on until 6 p.m. and my item is not been there, discussed yet. And so, I don't even know if we're going to get there, right? Because it's kind of getting very late. So I'm just saying maybe we can find a way that the procedure is such that things are more, there are like more meetings that are shorter. And so people can actually go in whenever what they're interested in talking about is happening. So I guess that's my input here. is like, to make meetings that people actually from the district can log in and they know it's like a 1 hour meeting and they can say what they think in 1 second, right? And we're gonna get more input from the broader, from more people, right? So instead of having those like 3-4 hours meeting and then people never know when they actually can say what they think. So maybe it's just the structure that could be a little bit different. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do think that some of the comments we've had earlier about having an opportunity to send in written comments would help with that issue.
I think there were a couple of things that I heard: live streaming, which I think that would settle my heart about other people being able to get in, the public comments. And I think what Paola said, which supports what you're saying, is really having a structured agenda so people know when to call in or when to show up, because it's a lot. So there was a lot said tonight that I think there were some agreements around, as Rich said.
I don't know if we're ready to move on to talking about consent items and use of a clock, or if that's the pleasure of the board.
I'm good with the suggestions that you've made about the work done so far.
Okay, so for consent, just want to maybe, if it were up to me, we would, if something got pulled from consent, we'd act on it immediately after voting on the consent calendar as a general practice. I don't know if there's any opposition from anybody about that.
Yeah, that was actually something that we had discussed, I think, a year or more ago. And I think that was our intention. So I think the fact that I did not follow that last meeting is probably on me, that I departed from what we had done in the past.
I had a quick question about that. So I know a lot of other school districts, like, they don't let anyone pull an item from consent. Like, they only let members of the school board themselves pull items from consent. So I was just curious, like, why we have the policy that any member of the public or anyone can request an item pulled from the consent agenda.
I think that's a question for Claire.
Yeah.
I guess the reason would be if the person has made the request, they want to have the opportunity to have a discussion among the board. But I am also more accustomed to seeing those requests made solely by board members and not members of the public. So that's not something that you're required to do, because there is the opportunity for public comment before the consent calendar. And so if somebody wants to say their piece about whatever is on the consent calendar, then they can say whatever they have to say, and that will be taken into consideration by the board before action is taken. And then the board may decide, based on that comment, that it wishes to pull the item from the consent calendar. That would be a separate decision.
Okay, that is a new way of looking at things for me. But I would suggest that be something that probably we discuss in more depth during our retreat that is upcoming. But the idea, we have not specifically had a public comment embedded in our consent calendar, consent agenda item, which I would say we'd want to add there. And that would be the opportunity for a member of the public to convince the board that the board would like to pull it. So I like the structure of that, but I would like to go through that in our retreat and then make that decision.
Okay, and the last time I wanted to discuss was using some sort of clock or timer to time agenda items and speakers, including ourselves. I think it would require somebody, and I think Bonnie had volunteered to run the clock, if I remember right, to actually do it. And I think this clock up here that's 1 hour slow actually can be a timer. or so I'm told. So I don't know if we'd be open to trying that our next meeting and see how it goes. We would not make any rules about what anyone has to do with that time, but just have it running and see what we learn.
I'm down for that.
Well,
I don't want to overly time people, but can you hear me? But we cannot go until 1:15. We cannot. That is inhumane to our staff. So I don't want to be so rigid because I want to give people ample time. I think it's more in managing our agendas and managing the number of speakers. I think we're cramming way too much in to these board meetings. So again, maybe we should talk more about this at the retreat.
So again, my proposal initially is just to use the clock and not do anything different other than just see what it says. I'm not saying we cut people off. I'm not saying we do anything different other than be aware of how long things are taking to
That's
start.
probably okay.
And
I
then
think that's okay.
if we gain some knowledge, then we might decide we're going to change some practices.
But I
just start
actually
by
think the
timing.
problem is our agendas. But yes, we can still use the clock.
I agree with you, Carrie, but I also think people need something visual, because when you're in front of the board, you get really excited about your agenda item, right? Because you get to share. We don't get to see everything as a board, right? And so I do think the clock helps as a meeting facilitator. You need the things you need is a facilitator, a timekeeper, and a secretary, or someone who takes notes. And I think those are standard meeting roles. And I'm not going to be the timekeeper, but someone else could be the timekeeper, or we can just have a clock. And I just think it's standard practice.
Okay, I think also we have been in the habit of putting time estimates for presentations and discussion into the agenda. The board president can take responsibility for reading and reminding everybody as we enter into each agenda item of what that expectation is. And then setting the timer can just help remind everybody of how well we're hitting or how badly we're missing those targets.
Alan, can I add to that, which is to say, I'd like to see us use the clock and learn from it, as Rich has suggested. I noticed, for example, that on this agenda item, there is no listing of time, and who would have guessed that we would have spent, how long have we spent on this item? But that means it's hard to put together the agendas and estimate the amount of time and how much time the board is going to want to converse on it.
Presentations are easier than discussions to predict. I'm ready to move along if others are.
Okay. All right. So let's try to be a little bit more rigorous with those estimates for upcoming meetings, and let's begin using the clock as a timer to, if nothing else, it will help inform our estimates for future meetings. All right. That was a great discussion. Now we can discuss Board of Trustees regular board meeting schedule, which is only going to require a 5-minute staff presentation and a 10-minute board discussion.
Okay. So the proposed meeting agenda schedule is attached. I do have a recommendation for a modification just to provide some context. There are several deadlines throughout the year that items have to be board approved, and they fall within particular windows. And as I stated earlier during the budget, sometimes those windows don't start and end in between board meetings. So there is a reason for staff to identify the meeting dates that are presented. So I do recommend a slight change for September, and that is moving the Wednesday, September 1st meeting to the 8th, and then the 15th through to the 22nd. So we have a holiday on September 15th, and September 1st is too early within the financial reporting time for unaudited actuals. So we need something in between we need something in between the 1st and the 22nd, and a regulatory deadline is September 15th. So my proposal is the 8th and the 22nd for September.
I have no
Okay.
comments on the calendar.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Speaking for myself, all Wednesdays are blocked out as
Yeah, me too.
Sequoia District business. So I'm good
That's fine.
with it. All right. So with that change, I think there's a lot of head nodding here. And it is a discussion item, not an action item. So we like it with that change.
No comments. We'll say 5 minutes.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I do have a question. On December 1st, we have the AEC conference.
That's the CSBA conference.
Yeah, but it's December 1st and we have a board study session.
Oh, yes, that should be good. Yeah. I'm like it. Yeah.
So I'm not for sure.
That should be good.
So I would possibly, when Dr. Williams arrives, if you require another board study session, you could add that board study session. December 15th is also a regulatory one. We don't technically need 2 meetings in December. We can manage with 1.
And are those board study sessions required, like, because I know they're there and we don't have them filled up, of course, but like, are they required to have board study sessions twice a year?
No.
Okay. Alrighty.
but I think I would take out of that, even as we're using it as a placeholder, I think the placeholder would make better sense on December 8th.
We can change it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. That's a good catch. Okay, well, then we move along quickly to item 14.3, which is the discussion of 2x2 meetings with San Mateo County Community College District. And I see that one is mine. So it was brought up to Rich and Carrie and myself at a meeting of the SMCSBA that members of the community college district were interested in more collaboration at a board level to support greater articulation work between the districts. And the board has expressed interest in perhaps a 2x2 meeting rather than attempting to put together a full board meeting. I know 3 of us participated the last time we had a joint full board meeting. And I believe that the board was not particularly satisfied with the effectiveness of that meeting, that it was a large formal affair and less in the way of productive work got done there. And I think we had a sense that a 2x2 would do better. I think I would have a general question to staff that are attending. And Bonnie in particular, I know you have just had a meeting with the community colleges about opportunities to strengthen articulation and guaranteed admission for all and a few things like that. I know there are a huge number of fronts on which there's a strong staff-to-staff working relationship already in place. So one of the questions I have for you is, do you have a sense that that working relationship would be or could be somewhat enhanced by the addition of maybe 1 or 2 meetings a year of at a board level 2x2? Or do you feel that board level interaction really isn't a productive thing to be going after unless there are places where the already existing staff interactions feel like something would be more productive to be raised to a board level?
So I would say that you guys, there's so many places that your time is well spent, and I don't think that this would necessarily be one of them. We have got a lot of partnerships with Foothill. Our own San Mateo County has been a little bit more challenging through no fault of their administrators' own. They're just like us, a basic aid district. And there's a little bit more reluctance on the part of some of their community to take on high school students. But I think that that is moving in a really, really nice direction. I am delighted about who their new chancellor is. I think the world of Mike when he was the president of San Mateo Community College. He was able to really move a ball down a field. I've already seen since he took that position a great deal of movement. I just got an email tonight from his interim president at San Mateo now. I mean, his kid went to Sequoia. What's not to love, right? So I actually feel really good about the ability that we have right now to work without you guys. I think there are better places for you to spend your time. I don't think it would do any harm, but I don't think it's needed.
I think one of the things that might make sense somewhere in our relatively near future agenda planning is to have a brief presentation of some of the various partnerships and initiatives that we have going, both with San Mateo County Community Colleges and with Foothill. You know, kind of maybe a sense for the board of how productive and effective it's been, where there are issues that we should be aware of. And that might be a good opportunity to invite members of the community college board to join us as attendees and have a chance to kind of hear that perspective as well. And that might give us, the two boards jointly, a sense of whether there really is a reason to be trying to put together meetings at a board level, or even the 2x2. So I think I'm satisfied that it isn't productive for us to actually get the board involved at this point, other than
Alan, but I, you know, and Bonnie, you guys help me out with the history, and maybe I'm just the newbie, but there has been interest, especially with new board of trustees. And I know I've been linking people awful lot with Crystal, and as a new person to say, how do we work well together? So I wonder, because there's been a transition on their board, that we meet like on a quarterly basis, not a monthly, but a quarterly basis, just to connect. Because what I feel as a board of trustees is that I do have people come to me often about working with that particular district, and thankful, you know, and I finally, the board their board of trustee is very interested in building a better pipeline. And there's some other things that are happening. And so I'm confident in the new person. He definitely was engaging. But I think there is board collaboration that people are looking for, but I don't think it's on a monthly intensive basis. So I just want to put that out there. Maybe it's twice a month, twice a year, or every quarter, or something like that. But I feel like there are some board members that are wanting certain things to be moving. And I think they're talking a lot within their team. And I just want to make sure that we're thinking from that perspective of not only just collaboration within the system, but also that we are also talking at all different kinds of levels, so that we can make sure we're supporting staff and what they're doing, because there's just some things I didn't know, but then there were some new things that came about, and how do I reconnect? And so I just want to put that out there.
Okay, other board members have a strong feeling one way or the other? I see hands up.
Another thought is there's other ways we could do it. I mean, maybe we could do a dinner with them at the CSBA conference, right? We can collaborate through San Mateo County School Boards Association, and that's what we did. We went into a breakout with them, and it was really informative. And I think that helps to build relationships. Because we can't really do things at the staff level. I mean, that's already in the works. as Bonnie said, and there's so many strong collaborations with Middle College and all of the things, things going on at Redwood. And so another thought is to have them tour some of our schools so they can know more about the connections that are happening. So I think there's other creative things we can do and not take staff time.
Rich?
So the proposed 2x2, I think, would be 0 staff time. It would just be 2 of our board members meeting with 2 of theirs. And it is something that they requested, I believe. And I think maybe as an initial step, what you proposed, Alan, of having some meeting where they come and hear, and then we decide, and if it makes sense to then do it there as part of that discussion item versus doing it now. But I liked your proposal of inviting them and understanding the scope of the relationship already and seeing if we feel that it doesn't make sense or if it does make sense there. So I appreciate your proposal, and that would be in advance of the AEC, assuming we could get something on the calendar before December. And we could certainly also do those other things as well. But I support your suggestion as a first next step, as opposed to creating anything now.
Okay. All right. I think we're good on discussion of this. Okay, now we're going to start taking action. And we begin with action item 15.1, the presentation and approval of school plans.
All right, many thanks to everybody for being here this evening. As you guys are aware, school plans are renamed site plans that we had around for many years prior. They're pretty similar. The template for them is a little more streamlined. My favorite thing about school plans, and this will be our 3rd year of this template, is that they are aligned to the LCAP and they are aligned to the WASC. So rather than writing 3 separate plans and actions and goals, et cetera, for 3 different masters, they now all point in the same direction. And for that reason, I would hope that when you read through the reports that you were sent earlier last week, there were not a lot of surprises. We've got the principals here this evening, and each of them will be telling you all that there is to tell about their school plans in 4 minutes or less. We are asking that you hold your questions until all of them have finished presenting. We are not going to hear from Amika because as an independent charter or dependent charter, excuse me, she's able to use her LCAP in lieu of presenting a school plan. And you heard that this evening. And so you'll be hearing from everyone else. We're going to go alphabetically, and we're going to start by school name at the beginning of the alphabet, because the one person who will be retiring from her position this year happens to be the principal at Woodside. So we're going to give her the last word. So without further ado, I give you Ralph, C is for Crame, and Carlmont and his school plan.
Good evening, everybody. President Sarver, fellow trustees. Student trustee Nori, I just want to say thank you for the time that you spent here on the board. I've appreciated and your comments and learned from you as a student and student trustee Stid. I look forward to your participation, and I am already impressed by the few comments I've heard from you this evening. Bonnie, are we sharing our screen? Is that what I'm hearing? We're sharing our own screen on this? Okay.
You are correct.
All right, so here we go. I'm going to be brief because we have quite a few people presenting. And so you have our school site plan, and this is just a presentation and the highlights of that. Move it to the next slide, hopefully here somehow. No, that's not it. There we go. So these are our goals, and being that we are in the middle of a WASC cycle, we had our midterm visit this year. These are the same goals we've had for the last 3 years, and you can see what they are here, and the same goals we've been working towards completing and improvement over the last 3 years. We did add one this year because of the situation we're in and distance learning. So the last goal on here is goal number 4, and it's implement, employ, and ultimately transition out of distance learning. We felt it was important to include that goal in there for this year, so we are not just in the dark on things. We're looking at what we did well. We're looking at what we're going to continue out of distance learning and how that's going to improve the in-person learning. Here are the areas in green that we saw an increase, and in areas in red, which we saw a slight decline from 2019 to 2020. So you can see the general population for A through G requirements had an increase from 63% to 78%. We have some work to do with our EL population, and we saw a slight decline there for the A through G rate, and our students with IEPs, you saw a decline, a pretty significant decline there. Those populations are something we're focusing on. We don't have a high number of those students at our schools, so the more students, the few students we get that increases or decreases the percentage at a higher rate than the general population. And our students, LCD students, you see there is an increase there from 36 to 57%.
Study period. Why
I'm
don't
sorry.
we have a third?
Jackie, your speaker is on.
Sorry.
I thought you wanted to add something there, Jackie. So our goals for 1 and 2, percentage of population of students in at least one AP course. You can see the general, all students, 78.3% are students in at least one AP course. And we think that's important to give them the rigorous access and exposure to what they would see in college. And you can see we still have some work to do with our ELs and our students with IEPs. But you saw at the bottom there, the increase from 38 to 60% from our students in the SED category. The data that is used, as some of this is from the Panorama survey, we pulled out a couple of key pieces of information and questions from this. You know, one, when are you feeling pressured? How easily can you stay in control? So this speaks to, you know, the stress level and preparation of students and their ability to, you know, be resilient. You can see that their responses are there. And how often are you able to pull yourself out of a bad mood? You can see only 26% say once in a while, never. Sometimes it's 38%, and frequently is 36%. Panorama survey results, how confident are you that you will remember what you learned? And so, you know, that's significant there as to how much they're absorbing the information and able to move forward and be successful in future years. So you see that only 19% are quite extremely confident that they're going to retain what they're learning. So that's something we're going to be focusing on in future years. Goals tied to the Sequoia Union High School district goals. So you can see here, goal number 1, the district will strengthen quality instruction by improving engaging rigor. That ties to our site goals 1, 2, and 3. And the action items there for us will be to improve our tutoring center. We're implementing a flex time. COVID interrupted our pilot and our implementation of a new bell schedule. So we're moving to a modified block bell schedule with flex time incorporated in there. So we're going to be leveraging the flex time so students are proactive in seeking out help and getting tutoring and making up tests in time that is not after school, when it might be interfering with other extracurricular activities or athletics, and it's at time during the day they can make up those tests and quizzes and get the extra help. Increase our course offerings for CTE. We have illustration and design, which is a newly developed CTE course. Marketing communications, our marketing pathway has really been taking off, and our CTE courses there are really popular. We have a green tech engineering class we're bringing back this year, and AP environmental science. We have quite a few AP classes that we offer, over 20. So we're always really aware of what that does to a student's you know, transcript and is it the most rigorous course? And so we're thoughtful about that, but we felt that this AP environmental science gets more access to students that we feel have the ability to do well in AP courses. And so that's why we decided to bring that one back, and it's been widely popular. We have 5 sections of that this year, which we had 0 sections last year. Goals 1, 2, and 3. Another action item is technology distribution. We're incorporating professional development, creation of equity and diversity, collaboration, targeted essay support, SAT prep for all. For all this year, we had the SAT was funded by our CAF, so everyone had the opportunity to take that at no cost, and AP test fee coverage. Action item, third action item down is revised bell schedule. I talked about a little bit. We have a mental health task force that meets regularly and talks about what we can do as a staff and what we can do for our staff to make sure we're all mentally healthy and keeping, our professional development opportunities are there for not just our students, but our staff. The last one there, action item 4 with the revised bell schedule again, and we're looking at a one-to-one environment and filling in with a BYOD plan for those students that might not have it, and looking for other funding to provide devices for students that won't be able to bring their own as far as 10th to 12th graders. I know that was quick, and that is the end of my presentation. I do want to give a shout out to our instructional vice principal, Ms. Gay Buckland Murray. It's difficult enough to do this during a pandemic, but this is her first year as an administrator in district, as an IVP. So she's done a phenomenal job, and I couldn't have done this without her. So I have to make sure that she's acknowledged for the great work that she's done this year.
Thank you, Ralph. Simone.
Okay, good evening.
Next year, you'll be presenting later in the alphabetical order.
Unless we reverse. Just kidding.
Yes.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. It is good to see everyone this evening. And I will share my screen with the Menlo Atherton presentation. Carl and I are both here. We're going to take some turns on the slides. And we'll start with some data and go through what we have been excited to work on this year and will continue to. So data we've used, again, we saw the highest jump in our A through G rate for 2020. Still have our gaps, but we're seeing some improvement with our subgroups. We really want to focus, this year and during distance learning, one of our goals is really to focus on our long-term English learners. That was definitely more challenging. And so data that's informing our plan is to really do some targeted, specific initiatives that support long-term English learners. We do see year over year some ups and downs as far as graduation rate. So we saw a decline in 2019, but it was then equal to the percentage of 2017. And again, we did see an increase of our long-term English learners graduating. And then again, same with students with special needs. We see, 73.8% of students graduating in 2019, 72.2 in 2018. Again, a slight increase, but we still don't see this upward trajectory year over year. So that is something we definitely are focused on working on. We are really also looking forward to seeing the continued growth on the CASP, given the nice gains in 2019. So hopefully we will continue to see that trajectory. And again, we are looking at Panorama survey from 2 years ago. We did look at the SEL data, and students did see, I think the highest area was sense of relationships, which is really interesting because I think Zoom kind of lent itself to more of connection with teachers, bizarrely, because there was so much additional support, the office hours, right, that typically aren't offered every day when students are in person in school. So I think there are a lot of things to learn to inform that and how we continue to build community. So for the next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Carl.
All right. Thank you, Simone. Greetings, everybody. Thanks for having us tonight. Typically we show, CASP data to kind of talk a little bit about how students are meeting standards on a particular assessment, which we can't show this year because students didn't take the test in 2020. But what we're happy about is, we're displaying here our ICA data, which the district gave to students and MA gave to students in the fall. And just, looking at the top row, we're happy that, what we see is everything increasing. So each graph is, the first one is 10th graders who were 9th graders the year before. The second one is 11th graders who were 10th graders the year before, and so on. And then it's broken down into procedural, which is the blue line, and I think it's application and problem solving, which is the red line. And then the yellow line is the performance task. So it's just nice to see that, a 10th grader is scoring higher than they did the year before on each category, as is an 11th grader and 12th grader. This is a standards-based assessment, so reflects that, hey, we're moving in the right direction. Similar to like looking at our A through G data, which, last year was 68%, which is a high for us. Again, reflects, hey, we're moving in the right direction. When you look at the ELA ICA data, same thing. Students who were 10th graders now, 9th graders before, scoring 62% correct, which is a growth of 13%, and seeming not quite as much of a growth in the upper grades, but still a growth. So just again, feeling good that, hey, we're explicitly teaching to the standards. Students are improving in their ability to meet those standards. And we're happy about that. And I'm going to turn it back to Simone, and I'll come back to you later.
Okay, thank you, Carl. So how do our goals tie to the governance team goals? Again, these were the goals that we worked on and had much stakeholder input for our WASC review in 2019. We'll have our midterm this spring. Well, I should say Menlo Atherton will have the midterm this spring, spring 2022. So again, increased number of students college and career ready and A through G eligible, with a focus on our subgroups. Those directly are related to the governance team goals of quality instruction, equity is a behavior, and we need to design our systems and practices around that. And of course, the return to in-person learning, the ever important goal number 5 that we're all looking forward to in the fall. Same for increasing performance of long-term English learners. And like I said, on the first data slide, returning in person is going to give us the opportunity to really focus on specific initiatives that support our students and continue on the trajectory of professional development, which includes the constructing meaning and all the high leverage instructional strategies that encourage student talk, interaction, and opportunities to use language multiple times during a class period. And then same goes with increasing performance of our students with IEPs. And then our ever important overall student engagement goal, which I think I'm really proud of us for making a lot of progress as far as professional development and really thinking about how we roll that out when students return and are going to need to feel a sense of belonging and part of a community after this year in distance learning. So with that, Carl's going to talk about some of the exciting things we have going on to meet these goals.
So what we did on the next slide is we just grouped the goals under kind of 3 categories, right? Courses, which is really about structural change in the school, PD focus, and community. But you'll see each of these are sprinkled throughout the site plan under the specific goals. The first one, courses, is a really exciting one because it really is about addressing a couple goals. It's about access to A through G content for students taking algebra and geometry that perhaps would not have been in an algebra and geometry class prior. Same thing with biology, right? That's access to A through G content where students would not have had it before, which is really important. The courses are also about, how do we provide relevant relevant curriculum to students, and how are we integrating students into our MA community? And so you'll see, in courses like we're really excited about our new multicultural literature and voice class, which is going to be our new English 1 class. We've talked about that at the board. It's going to be an incredible class that's going to engage kids in real life conversations with each other about topics in the world and about identity, about their place in the world, along with a new ethnic studies class, which is not listed here. We also have some other classes that aren't listed here that are exciting, like an AP psychology class, which we're slowly growing. And what's interesting about the class, we're growing it in a way that, 40% of the class is made up of Latinx students, which is about equal to the total population in our school, or the percentage of Latinx students in our school, which is a real nice model to follow. How can you have your AP classes reflect the student population? We're also this year, at the moment, going to offer an AP Spanish Lit class, which also, again, brings an interesting group of students together, students that are coming from Spanish immersion programs, 9th and 10th graders, along with 11th and 12th graders that have gone through our Spanish program at the school, and are looking for, opportunities to take more diverse AP classes. So some of the course offerings we're excited about next year. The last one I would mention would be chemistry. Again, kind of integrating our school, providing everybody access to NGSS aligned curriculum. The PD focus, we really started this year working with a consultant around bias and trauma-informed practices, which has been really powerful for our staff. This has been a whole staff training. I think Simone has commented about 6 hours of training. We're looking to continue that work, really specifically around bias next year, and how do we engage each other in having meaningful conversations about race as adults, so that we can prepare ourselves to have those conversations with students in the classroom. We're also, we do some training around standards-based grading that we started. Really again, when you talk about the benefits or something we're learning from distance learning, is how to rethink assessment, and having more of our teachers and more of our subject area teams really think about how are we explicit about standards-based grading, and how are we really pushing kids to meet those standards, and really focus really focus on those standards with a really laser focus. Vertical and horizontal alignment is super important as we introduce these new courses. How are we moving from multicultural literature and voice in English 1, moving students to English 2 and AS English 2? How are we doing that well and aligning our standards and writing exercises? We do a lot of constructing meaning in the district. Again, Simone has commented on that. It's very powerful, especially in terms of how we meet one of our target groups and our goals of LTEL students. We also have some other PD focuses which aren't listed here around restorative practices. It's kind of taken a resurgence at the school, which we're excited about. And then the last topic here is about community. Some of that is mentioned here as restorative practices is really first and foremost about how do you build community. And we're talking a lot about how do we build community with our staff, and then how do we build community in the classroom. We have a series of kind of task forces that meet this week. We met this morning in terms of planning, really trying to come up with a structure and a process for how we integrate or reorientate students back on campus, both to the processes of the campus, but really how do we reconnect them with themselves and with each other in meaningful ways. And so we're developing those plans now. So again, you'll see each of these sprinkled throughout in detail in the site plan. I hope you do get a chance to take a look at it. We spend a lot of time on it, developing really a vision for next year, and then planning on how to implement that vision. So thank you everybody for your time today.
Thank you, Carl. And as Carl mentioned, we didn't capture all the courses we've implemented on the slides here, but over the years, we have definitely increased elective offerings, APs that where we can increase representation. And most exciting is this 9th grade English class that is going to transform the experience every student gets when they come to Menlo Atherton, that along with the ethnic studies course. And, there's future dreams and plans for that, for all 9th graders too. So we're really, really excited. And in a year that took us all on a different path, we're really excited we were able to implement some of these really impactful changes. And I will give Carl credit where credit's due for navigating all the algebra discussions and geometry. That was a couple years ago, and for creative thinking about how to increase representation in our AP psychology class where we piloted last year. So lots of really awesome things. And with that, we'll wait for comments and questions. Thank you for your time.
I think lots of really awesome things sums it up nicely. Thank you for all your time. Stephanie, Redwood, let's hear from you and Burton.
Okay, so yeah, Burton's here. I do first want to give a huge shout out to Shanice for coming out and playing with us at our graduation. She was running all over and doing all the wonderful things we do when we, you know, whoop and holler for our kids when they graduate. And we just really wanted to thank you for that. So thanks, Shanice. So we are a little bit different. The data we use to inform our SIPSA is mostly in-house. Standardized data doesn't work for us, as we've mentioned before, because we bring in kids at 11th and 12th grade. And because there's really no significant data on these kids, often these are the kids that didn't take any of the standardized tests. They weren't there that day. So we do a lot of in-house work and we still use the data, but it's often not really accurate for us. So we end up doing more of a story. So we'll share some of our story with you. So for those who have been here, they know this. For you new people, we are under CSI. And what that means is that our California dashboard showed deficit. But I have to explain the deficit in that they take our data and it's not accurate data. So if you looked at the enrollment for the California dashboard for us for a year, they do it off the one day in October. And if you looked at 2020, it would say 201 students, where we actually served 313 students throughout the year because of kids entering every 6 weeks. The other big one that we have, and the reason that we went into CSI, is because of our graduation rate. And they don't count fifth-year seniors. And so half of our population is fifth-year seniors. We just graduated 100 seniors on Friday, yay, and half of those were fifth year. So it'll look like we graduated 50 kids when we really graduated 100 kids and gave those kids a new chance at being successful in their lives. So that's super important. We are still in CSI. Last year there wasn't a dashboard, and so they just rolled us over. And I would say the advantage of the dashboard is a very financial one. They give us a chunk of change to make difference. And the difference is well worth it. It lowers our class sizes, and that makes a big impact on our kids. So we're 22 to 1, and so we can have a lot better, closer relationship and monitor our students much, much better. There is talk in the legislature that this support may be given to continuation schools on an ongoing basis, and it won't be called CSI anymore. So that would be super fantastic too. That's probably it. Burton, you want to go?
Yeah. So thanks y'all. So our school goals, you can see up on the screen, they were made at the beginning of the 2018 school year. And in the spring of 2019, we received a 6-year WASC with a 1-day visit. And since then, our goals have been approved each year as we continue our focus on school improvement with academic performance, attendance, post-secondary options, and creating a healthy and positive school environment. So many of our goals are interwoven with and overlap with the SUHSD governance LCAP goals, and here are the ways that they align. So for goal number 1, strengthening instruction is always the forefront of our work at Redwood. Although we know that learning loss is going to be a significant factor for the upcoming school year for a lot of schools, it's always been the focus for Redwood as our students come with so many gaps, often in their education. And while we have smaller teacher-student ratios, we also offer extra support classes, including reading classes, where students often share with us that, you know, this is the first time that they've read a full novel. We also have an on-site instructional coach and teachers who are very willing to engage in a collaborative process to support best practices for our specific learner profile. And of the 3 years that we've been here, we just want to remind people that it's about half of it's been during the pandemic. But as we grow our understanding of our student population, we are creating a program that offers a wide variety of options for their various needs, including now it's going to be honors classes and CTE trade classes to honor individual student needs and open up just a variety of ways for students to engage in post-secondary options. For goal 2, working at Redwood always requires a deep commitment to equity. We've worked intensely with our equity coach over the past 2 years to correct and implement more equitable school policies and procedures that impact students in different ways. And we will continue on this path moving forward. Our staff has also worked on really exercising their reflective muscle to continually look at our practice with an equity lens. And this is what we hope will create lasting change at our school, because the work towards equity never ends and the landscape always changes. This is all done with the focus of improving our impact on students, but a big part of our work is also making an equitable culture for our staff to work in. And we're super proud of the results that we've seen in our staff survey, on the Panorama survey on support and climate. And we know that that will continue to be a focus moving forward, as a healthy staff and a healthy culture leads to better outcomes for students. And as for other supports for students, we're going to continue working on providing supports for better equity, including continuing our flexible scheduling, transportation options, offering of our pilot program Evergreen, which meets the needs of the students who are highly impacted by family or other personal circumstances. For goal 3, in a larger view, you can easily see Redwood as a tier 2 school, and we offer a multitude of supports for all students that serve as a good foundation in ensuring their well-being. We have counseling supports, community support through our work with Boys and Girls Club, Live in Peace, tutoring, etc. We want to continue this work by building off the strong foundation we've been able to lay down. And the work moving forward will be done through not only expanding our partnerships, but also continuing to build up Redwood's offerings. And coming back from the pandemic, we acknowledge the need to prepare students for a gentle reentry. And thanks to the support of our district, community partners, and grants, we've begun the process of creating a really beautiful multi-use space that can provide lots of supports for our students and community. So this space is going to be the back of our school, past the stream, and it's going to be providing an outdoor educational space, a quiet space for reflection and grounding for kids and staff, food forests to support families who are facing food insecurity, as well as be a home for chickens and composting. We're excited for what the space is going to bring to the students, and it's going to come to fruition this coming year.
For goal 4, I mean, we are goal 4, so that's pretty exciting. And we're very, very happy that we're goal 4. And we are super just thankful that you continue to focus on the small schools. I know that it's a different thing, and I know that there's a lot of education that goes with it. And I think that, you all patiently listen to our explanations of comprehensive school meanings and what we really are. And we invite you to come out and be a part of our school every day. We have a beautiful facility. We've been offered increased staffing in CTE courses. We've been able to offer honors courses. Like I said, the smaller class sizes. And I think a really wonderful thing that happened today is we had a sub-custodian come in today, and we were talking, and he told me how much he loves our school, because when he comes, he feels like he can just breathe in the beauty, and he is certain the students do so too. And that is all because of you guys. And all the support that you give to us. It's very touching. And for goal 5, as a small school, we're really able to offer all students a return to school on a daily basis since April. And so anybody who wanted to come to school every day could. Even on Wednesdays, we had cohorts. We had these magnificent cooking and other courses teachers that would offer kids to come in and be on campus and be with us. The majority of our Redwood students, though, are much more successful through regular engagement with staff, and we really, really look forward to having them come back in the fall. Look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Stephanie and Burton. Sequoia, Sean, and Kristen, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, trustees. Thank you, colleagues. I was told 4 minutes. I'm going to try and keep it to 4 minutes. I hope I don't look like the guy who showed up to the formal event in flip-flops here, but pretty intimidating group to follow there.
Sean,
actually,
you got a big thumbs up from Rich Ginn. And if I were in that room, I'd be turning on the timer myself every time.
One of my outgoing gifts to Principal Burbank is to try and keep it short and sweet tonight. So let me share my screen. Okay, whoops. And there we go. Okay. Present. Okay, so Sequoia Site Plan rises from the foundation of our school-wide learner outcomes, i.e. what all students will be able to do through their experience as learners at Sequoia. Namely, Sequoia students will enjoy academic success, paving the way to a lifetime of learning. Sequoia students will become more literate, and Sequoia students will improve their numeracy skills. To do this, Sequoia strives to be the best place for students to feel safe in building healthy relationships, and the best place for teachers to facilitate mastery of the standards and to celebrate student success. This year, as part of our WASC midterm visit, we undertook a comprehensive evaluation and revision of our school-wide action plan, our roadmap, with input from stakeholders ranging from our 90+ participant ELAC meetings, school site council, district partnered community dialogues, 65+ volunteer classified and certificate employee members of our Equity and Diversity Council, our department meetings, and of course, the district's LCAP. We continue to formalize processes and to evaluate and monitor the effectiveness of our programs and intervention strategies on student achievement and learning. The data that we look at includes enrollment by ethnicity, percentage of students eligible for free reduced lunch, our CASP results, our panorama survey results, the results of our youth advisory boards and needs assessment, the CHICS, California Healthy Kids, grad rate, A to G eligibility rate, IB participation rates, LPAC results, Ds and Fs by semester for 10th and 12th graders, 9th grade students on track to graduate, 10th grade students on track to graduate, and 11th grade students on track to graduate. You can tell any story you want with this much data, but our stakeholders agree that it validates the data that we've looked at and analyzed as a school, validates the areas of our action items and our priorities. So for 21-22, we will focus our efforts within the following 8 action areas in support of our school-wide learner outcomes. Item number 1, get better at using culturally responsive approaches to teaching and learning within the classroom, supporting diverse classroom populations, students possessing variety of strengths and styles. An example might look like training and support of our aides in understanding Sequoia's instructional resources website that we created as a resource for our staff. And I'm sort of, if you're following along with the presentation, what I'm doing is I'm trying to paraphrase this WASC, SIPSA, edu speak for the folks who are listening to try and keep this as comprehensible as possible since I'm moving so fast. Action item 2 is help our long-term English learners build confidence in the academic setting through engagement and success. This might look like the plans to increase the percentage of Sequoia teachers who have completed the 5-day constructing meaning training. Our goal is to go from the 60s to the 70s. I think 75 is the benchmark we've set for next year %. Number 3, ensure grades students earn reflect their demonstration of mastery of aligned academic standards equitably, equitable grading. Example of this action item in practice would be the adoption of course team protocols for self-assessing grading practices for equitability and alignment to standards. These are all directly from our action plan. Action item 4, strengthen ties to partner schools and districts. One of the examples of this is training and piloting of regular community circles for incoming 9th graders next year. Action item 5, ensure a strong climate of balance and wellness for students, staff through continued implementation of school-wide strategies. This might include mindfulness and better outreach and access from the Teen Resource Center, our amazing source of support for students. An example, for next year, we're excited. Our Education Foundation will be funding an additional mental health outreach counselor who will be working on, in addition to items in action item 5, items in action item 6, the monitoring of inclusivity in curricular and extracurricular programs at Sequoia. Broadly applied, but with a focus on what student data tells us, this may include NSLP eligible students, free reduced lunch, students with disabilities, students designated as English learners, or others who are disproportionately excluded from our enrichment or high-level academic programs. For 21-22, this means student voice, right? So we'll be continuing to build on the success we've had with panels, focus groups, surveys. Our plan next year is to listen a lot. And it's part of, I think, a general theme around patience and healing. And it's just defining the approach that we're going to take into the year next year. Our last action item is to examine challenges and propose solutions to address equity needs across campus through our Equity and Diversity Council focus groups. We're focused on the following areas of Sequoia: the learning environment, school climate, curriculum and instruction, assessments and grading policies, staffing, student and family engagement, and professional development. So one of the questions that we reflected upon as a community on various occasions throughout this year was, what story will we one day tell about the pandemic year? As we move into a new year, we're considering a new question. What have we learned from these stories that will help us heal our community and continue to make progress on our aspirational school-wide action plan? To quote The Mandalorian, this is the way. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Sean, so much. All the way down to your quote for both your son and your instructional vice principal, Mandalorian fans alike. Next, we're going to hear from Allison and Tina of Tide. Take it away.
Okay, well, thank you for having us this evening, and huge shout out to my colleague Tina Smith, who worked really closely with our LCAP lead to form this presentation for us this evening. All right, we'll kick off with goals. In summary, because we are going to keep to 4 minutes and support Diane Burbank's request for a good exit retirement time, I do want to let you know that in summary, our goals, and these will go into our mid-cycle review for WASC, that the plan will be created in the fall of this upcoming year for the mid-cycle visit. Most accreditation we could get was 4 years, which we did achieve, but they come out every year to validate and accreditate each class. So goals in summary really are built around equity, building community, just like some of the other schools had mentioned, especially coming back in person, and then around our dual enrollment partnership, dual enrollment program in general, and then dual enrollment partnership with Foothill College. And of course, we want to help to increase our A through G eligibility for our students. So I'm going to turn the, thank you. So goal 1, really, adult relationships. We did a survey and took a look. And so for the it says 2022-21, sorry. We want a 77, we had a 77.5%. We want to increase student participating and or being elected into ASB. We sort of had a little bit of a smaller number than we'd like. And we want to increase, of course, the number of clubs and student participation on campus and in our athletic programs. And then to maintain or increase participation rate of various community organizations and parent groups. I think that's critical to, again, partner with local organizations, but also to bring more parents into the fold and into participating on Tide's campus. Dina?
Goal 2, to increase our CTE and successful completion of our dual enrolled classes. We want to kind of look at some of the data that is getting us there. Now, just keep in mind that this was the first year that we had full dual enrolled classes. And when I say full, that means in 9th grade, we offered 3 dual enrolled classes to our freshmen. That's right, we put 14 and 15-year-olds in college classes. And we offered 4 classes to our 10th graders. And so what we want to do is we want to increase not only the enrollment in it, but the successful completion of it. And that's kind of a bunch of different parts to answer that question that we're going to be looking at, including being incredibly mindful moving forward of the selection of classes that are dual enrolled and what years they're going to occur. So this is what we had this year. You can see the CRLP 71 is really, really big, but that's because both our freshmen and our sophomores took that class. And it did well for the most part. You can compare it to Spanish 1 and Spanish 2, where both our freshmen and sophomores took it, and it was significantly higher than that. Another high one for us was art, and that was only freshmen. So that would be a class that we'd want to look at keeping and maintaining year after year, because our freshmen did they were very high success rate in it.
Oh, thank you. Tina, we're down to 1 minute. Okay, goal 3. Based on the California Healthy Kids Survey, I was actually very pleased with these results, especially given that we were distance learning and given it's the time of pandemic, minus the social emotional stress. Of course, we don't want to see our kids stressed out. But these are some of the percentages I've seen that are the highest in my career. So I was really proud of how our students felt connected and how they were doing during distance learning. So these were good data points. I was very, very pleased.
For goal 4 is also increasing our completion of A through G classes, especially for our subgroups. And you can see the data that we're looking at that makes us want this to be a goal is the fact that if we look at just GPA, you can see that our male and female ratio is pretty similar, pretty equivalent, but a 2.5, we would like to see that go up. But then if you compare it to our Latinx and our special education and our low socioeconomic, it's lower. So we have some work to do in that area. In comparison,
comparing the board goals to our goals, there's kind of a summary here. So for goal 1 for equity, we kind of summarized it with goals 1, 2, and 4. We have made ASB its own period this year. That's a big thing for Tide. So it should be more accessible. We're trying to increase our CTE classes. We're going to include flex time next year. And we're moving to a co-taught model with our special education. We were pushed in this year. For board goal 2, that's our Tide goals 1, 3, and 4. One thing that I want to kind of point out about, it's very similar things, but we fought for, and thank you, Crystal, approved a second counselor for us. It's going to be half intervention counselor and half college advisor. That's going to be huge. We also agreed to nucleus for all 4 years. Goal 3 correlates to our Tide goals 2 and 3. And again, this whole idea of more student engagement, this building community is big for a brand new school. I'm trying to go as fast as possible. I'm sorry, Allison.
We're over time.
I know, I'm going.
Poor time.
Goal 4, promoting success for small schools. That could really be all of our goals because we are a small school, but we're going to focus on goal 2. That's that one-to-one laptop devices. We're increasing nucleus to all 4 years. We are starting our mentor program next year. Woo, woo. And then that successful completion of A through G. And then goal 5, that's all 4 of our Tide goals. And the only new point to add there is we are also working on revamping our Tide website so that it's got more information for our community that's easier accessible at their fingertips. Done.
Thank you. Time.
Thank you so much, Allison and Tina. Allison, if people go to bed after midnight tonight, it will not be your fault. And then finally, we'd like to hear from the team at Woodside.
All right, everybody. Well, I've been at Woodside 9 years, but over the course of this meeting, it's gone to 10. Since the average tenure of a principal is only 4 years, and I've served 9 at Woodside and 18 total, I guess that makes me above average. And so joining me tonight is IVP Mazet, and I just want to welcome student Carlos Asuna, a Woodside student. It's nice to have a Redwood City address represented on the board next year. Our goals are the same 4 goals that are included in WASC. We too will be at a midterm next year, and a virtual visit will be arranged with the new site team. Our goals are campus climate, CTE and A to G pathway completion, success rates for English learners, and success rates for students with disabilities. And our goals align to the governance goals, to all of them except for number 4, because we're not a small school. And IVP Mazet also retiring after only 28 years in the district and at Woodside. Diane Mazet.
Thank you, Diane. So some of the quantitative data that we use to inform our school plan are our AP scores and our A through G completion rate for the class of 2020. Now, our AP score indicators and metrics have increased over the last decade. The number of students enrolled has increased, and the number of AP courses being taken by a greater number of students has increased. This didn't happen by chance. We have 2 major tenets that we abide by. That our AP enrollment is open access without real or perceived obstacles. So in other words, get rid of the barriers. And that it mirrors our school-wide demographics. That still remains our focus. And we are making slow gains on that each year by increasing the number of historically underrepresented students taking 1 or more AP classes. We're up to 65% in 2021. Our A through G completion rate is holding steady, continuing our intervention work on some of the gaps that our data shows for us. We want students to not only meet grad requirements, but to be college ready and college able still remains our focus. And to that end, we've been fortunate enough to have the foundation and private funding give us a 6th counselor to lower caseloads, a 2nd college counselor, a classified bilingual college information specialist that targets 11th grade students, and our partnership with Adolescent Counseling Services for mental health services, we feel puts us uniquely positioned to help raise our students' success. Next slide, please. Some of our qualitative data. At Woodside High School, student voice is prominent and it's always considered, and they have a seat at the table. One of the instruments we use is our Qualia survey. And believe it or not, in the Zoom world, in 2020, 80% participation rate from our students. That's a 24% increase from 2020. Student self-reporting not being involved increased 7% from 30 to 37% during distance learning. One of the questions, I like online classes better than in-person classes. Well, what do you think the result of that's going to be? 13 strongly agree and 38 strongly disagree. How are we going to re-engage students when we get back to full on-campus? Well, just today we had some 6-hour training for Safe School Ambassadors where 80 of our students and 10 staff to help support a mindful return to campus. And with our staff, we had 2 6-hour trainings via Zoom on diversity, equity, and inclusion for teachers through Circle Up Education. Back to you, Diane.
I always talk about the 3 A's, academics, of course, athletics, and activities, because I believe the best comprehensive public high schools have to do all 3 well, and they each support the other. Tomorrow, our girls softball team will play in the CCS championships at Gilroy, and all of you are welcome to help supervise at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon on campus. So go Wildcats on 3, 1, 2, 3, go Wildcats.
Go Wildcats.
Thank you, site leadership. You are golden. Board, we hand it over to you.
Okay. Let me begin by noting that our board meetings cannot extend beyond 10 o'clock according to our protocols without board agreement. So I would like to poll our board whether we can continue or whether we need to walk out of here right now.
Everybody out.
Is there a general head nodding that we continue?
Yeah, but in by a certain time, please.
Yes. Okay. And my congratulations to the Woodside team who actually finished their presentation in the 4 minutes. Sean was pretty darn close at 5. And everybody, and I saw Rich madly grinning the whole time, so it was all worth it. All right, Chris, you got your hand up first.
Sure. Sometimes I wonder whether we should poll the staff on whether we should end the meeting now or go on. The other note I have is, Sean, I actually have you beating Diane. I had you clocked in at 4:54 and Woodside, Diane and Diane at 5:09. But I want to note that this is not a contest where the fastest presentation actually wins. I want to share with you all that I think Alan and I have been receiving site reports every year we've been on the board. They rank among my 4 favorite presentations or events of the year. And so the fact that they run longer doesn't bother me at all. I mean, graduation has to be the most fun, right? I also love the return to school reports and sort of the excitement around that. Then doing the site visits and having a chance to hear from students directly and teachers directly. And you put that together with these reports, and I think we get a really nice picture of what the schools are all about. This chance to hear your vision, your goals, the challenges, and the strategies, to me, are awfully important. And I sat with, I read them this weekend. I want to praise Bonnie for the format is the best we've seen. And in some ways, they were the easiest to read and think about that we've ever seen on the board. From that experience, I wanted to share with my colleagues, I think in particular, 4 appreciations in something I saw in all of those site plans that seemed to me really critical and reflect well on the district. The first is I appreciate that all of the plans make a clear commitment to and belief that all students can succeed. I mean, that's fundamental, but it's really important that it's there. Second, I appreciate that all of the plans make a candid self-assessment of the areas of need for improvement, and they take responsibility for addressing those issues. Saw that in every one, it's great. Third, that all of your plans show an abundance of creativity, risk-taking, courage in the strategies for addressing those challenges. For example, the strategies for advancing equitable grading practices, standards-based grading, detracking, ethnic studies, and even composting, Burton. And finally, that all the plans are committed to measurements of progress, but at the same time, they recognize that the metrics of education are particularly complicated and that they deserve re-examination on a constant basis. To me, those are the critical elements of really important plans, and I saw it in every one of those presented by the schools, and for that reason, I'm going to vote for approval of the plans with great enthusiasm and want to say thanks for that. In the interest of getting Diane out of here a little earlier, I think I'm not going to ask my questions, but I'll throw them out rhetorically at least, and maybe I'd follow up. The first question I'd have of principals has to do with the implementation. We know that people say sometimes it's the writing of the plans, the development of the plans that's the most important part and more important than the plan itself, but the execution, the implementation. I guess I'm curious how principals and the district teams maximize putting into effect these plans. The other thing, and I could follow up individually with you. The other question I think I have of Bonnie and the district and us as a governance team is recognizing that we give great independence to schools and probably have better plans and greater empowerment because they're individual ones for each school. But where do we think about synergy for the district? Where do we learn from one another? This may not be the best example, but in the Woodside plan and what Woodside is developed so much upon qualia and the values there, and that comes across there. I mean, is that reflected in other things we offer in other schools, or where do we learn from one another? Or a different kind of aspect was, I think in having small schools and large schools, we begin to have a portfolio of options for different kind of students. And to what extent are we intentional as a district in these plans and steering students towards schools that might be better from one another? So those are kind of things I'm thinking about. I want to end by again saying thank you for the development of those plans. They really reflect well on your schools, make me proud to be a school board member. Done.
Okay, not seeing other hands up. I had a couple of kind of tensions that I wanted to comment on, and then a more general comment on the structure. And I think one of the, not so much a tension, maybe a bit of a balance, but it's that balance between the broad equity and best practices across the district and the local autonomy and the local community. And I think these plans really reflect that balance in action. The format, as Chris mentioned, is really strong and consistent. It shows the ever greater alignment between the different planning and accountability tools that the district works under. And it shows the collaboration across the sites in the approach to things. But each of the sites has gone and taken from this basic format, from the basic set of goals, and has tailored things to reflect the needs and the strengths of the individual communities. And so the documents make for a great point of comparison, a great point of consistency, a clarity of understanding, but you can really see what matters and resonates most at each site and where your strength and your focus is going. And also to play off a point that Chris just made, to me, I saw a real substantial amount of collaboration and learning where initiatives that had started at one campus or gained greater traction first at one campus or another was being repeated and implemented in other campuses. And there were times where actually credit was given that one of those other campuses began this and we've adapted it. And that kind of thing is really great to see. The second area of tension that's always embedded in these, and we see it here, is to look at the positive trends, that there are areas of work that we've been engaged in for years, and we have been putting in deep thought, we've been putting in initiatives, we've been putting in resources, we've been building culture and structure, and we have seen progress. Sometimes it's a little bit halting, sometimes it's a little bit uneven. And in some cases, it's really monumental and exciting. There are some jumps in some of those numbers that we saw that are truly stunning. But there are other areas where there has been steps back or where the progress is somewhat incremental. And we're looking clear-eyed at that. But that balance between recognizing the progress on the things that have been important to us and taking credit for that success and energy to double down and keep doing the good work versus the other places where we look at things and we say, my gosh, there's so much that we still need to do. There are some areas that are so glaring that as hard as we stare at things that we think are shortcomings, they are still dramatic shortcomings, and we've got to get in there and make a difference. And seeing all of that in these plans is really important. To me, overall, I see the different unique ways in which our campuses are taking our shared goals, our shared desires and initiatives, and moving forward with all of them, and having that clear-eyed perspective that we have to keep our focus and our clarity that there is much work left to do. And there always will be. The other thing that I wanted to comment on from all of this, and I've mentioned it earlier this evening, this is a great illustration of that clock model of progress that CSBA is so focused on, beginning with the shared goals that are generated across the district. The board is able to hand off to the sites that detailed responsibility of taking it and making it real at each site. And this is the time of year where it basically comes back as a checkpoint of here's how we're doing at taking it and making it real. Here's the progress we've made on it in depth over the past year, and here are the ways we're doing more and taking it forward next year. And this kind of feedback loop and opportunity is the way that we all get the work done together. So to me, I am very appreciative. I'm very excited. As Crystal said to me earlier in the week, these site plans are a really good read. This is important reading. This is important work. The board isn't going to change around what's getting done based on our review and approval tonight. But it's a strong reminder of when you want to see what the Sequoia District does, look here. This is what we do. This is the work we're proud of. And this is the important work that's ahead of us. So I join Chris in enthusiastically endorsing approval of these site plans. And I thank you for the presentation and for all of the hard work and achievement behind them. Any other comments? Or if not,
I think that was well said by both of you. I'd be happy to make a motion to approve the site plans.
Second.
I think Carrie won that race, but it came pretty broadly around the horn here. Okay, all in favor of approval?
Aye.
Thank you all very much. Okay, indeed. All right, I think we have a few more approvals that may go fairly quickly. Let's see if we can beat these 5-minute and 5-minute estimates. Approval of the variable term waiver request for the Assistant Director of the Sequoia Adult School.
Good evening, President Sarver, members of the board. A variable term waiver request is necessary for Cynthia Dominguez. You approved her just a little while ago at a few board meetings ago as the Assistant Director of the Adult School. She is currently working on her administrative credential. And a variable, what would normally happen, because she completes her credential at the end of first semester next year, is that she would be operating on what we call an intern credential. But she's working on her credential with the San Mateo County Office of Ed, and they don't have the authority to issue an intern credential. So we have to request a variable term credential, which will give her the additional time next fall to complete her administrative credential. So we're asking for your approval to process and submit the waiver request.
Thank you. Are there board questions?
I have
Comments?
one. I have one. Is the credential program part of the work that we do to support individuals to be credential, or is this, do we support her in doing this, like getting her credential through County Office of Ed financially, or through our Grow Your Own program or anything?
We don't have a developing your own program for administrative credentials, but we do support our administrators in getting their tier 2. They get a preliminary administrative services credential, and then as they begin to work as an administrator, we support them in getting what is called their tier 2. And it's usually through a cohort at the County Office of Ed.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no other questions, I'd be happy to accept a.
I'd move to approve the variable term waiver request.
I second that emotion.
Okay.
That emotion. Motion.
Good song, anyhow.
There it is.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, and I like that song anyhow. Okay, 15.3, adoption of resolution number 1688, supporting safe storage of firearms.
So I will also be addressing this resolution. In 2015, the Superintendent of Public Instruction for California reached out to the superintendents of school districts throughout the state, requesting that districts move forward with communicating with their families about the appropriate storage of firearms. And that was based on a myriad of statistics, one of which is pretty frightening to all of us, that 68% of shooters who brought firearms from home to their campuses got those firearms from their own homes. And so the safe storage of firearms is incredibly important. This resolution outlines the reasons and the statistics behind it. It will obligate the district to provide that information in our student handbooks, but also to inform parents annually about the correct storage of firearms at home.
Thank you. I see some hands going up for public comment from our attendees. I see two from Leah and Paola. Another from Alessandra. Samantha. Okay.
Hi,
Wait, let's get a total and then give it.
can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so good evening. I want to start by thanking the Board of Trustees for discussing this important issue around community and gun safety. My name is Leah Cuniberti Duran. I'm a parent of 2 Sequoia High School students, and my husband and I have been living in Redwood City for the past 20 years. I'm also a Moms Demand Action volunteer, which is a nonpartisan organization working to prevent gun violence and improve gun safety. I am here tonight to ask you, along with the 436 Moms Demand Action supporting Redwood City, to adopt a safe storage resolution as soon as possible. This resolution will enable the school district to send letters home yearly to all parents to educate them on the need to securely store all firearms that may be present in the home. Ideally, this should be part of the back to school packet parents are given at the beginning of each year, where the parent will need to sign that they have read and understood. Last year, the city of Redwood City, as well the majority of cities in San Mateo County, adopted a safe storage law requiring all firearms in a home to be stored in a locked container or disabled with a trigger lock that would prevent discharge. We need to educate parents about this law, and this is what this resolution is all about. Many school districts across California have already adopted this resolution and send letters yearly to parents. Districts such in LA, San Diego, and many others across California and the Bay Area. The statistics are this: every day in this country, one small child unintentionally shoots him or herself after finding an unsecure firearm in the home or friends or relatives' home. Every day in this country, 2 older children, mainly teens, die by suicide using an unsecure firearm from their home or relative's home. Finally, as it was mentioned before, 80% of school shootings are done by students or former students whose weapon is unsecured firearm obtained from their home, their own home, or a relative's home. Although it will be understandable to push off at this later time when the COVID is no longer an issue, you have to understand there's never been a more urgent time to educate parents about this. Since COVID began last year, firearms sales have skyrocketed, and with more time sheltering at home in the first few months of COVID, the unintentional death of small children in this country rose by a shocking 43%, and teen gun suicide by 9%. And in just the last 2 months, as the country has begun to open up again, we've seen a sudden rise in mass shooting, school shooting, and gun violence in general. We have a public health crisis in gun violence in this country, and it has significantly worsened with every year that has passed. We can and we must do better. Please consider this resolution, and thank you for working to keep our children and community safe.
Okay, next, Paola.
Hi, thank you for letting me talk. And I just wanted to say that I totally agree with whatever Leah said before. I'm also a Mom Demand Action volunteer for the last 4 years, and I have talked and seen so many cases of gun violence due to the fact that the people did not secure their guns in the way they should have been. And so the reason I'm here tonight is because I think if we just educate people to understand that they secure their guns in their house is so important to avoid the so many cases where there's just an accident, and we can spare a life, right? And we can spare a life of one or two or whatever, right? It's so important. And I do think that education in this case is a very important thing. And if we can just remind people in our community to be careful of the way that they do secure their guns, it will be very important. So that's the reason I am pledging you to just try, to send a letter to parents to just remind them how important it is for our children and to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Alessandra.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Alessandro Duran, and I'm a rising senior. I live in Redwood City, and I attend Sequoia High School. I am also Action Director for the March for Our Lives Sequoia Chapter, which is a student-led organization aimed to decrease gun violence and increase safety in communities and schools around the world. I'm talking to you today, asking you to please support this resolution. To that end, I've collected signatures from both students and teachers in support of this resolution. Let me share with you my perspective as a high school student in your district. Coming into high school as a freshman was great because I made new friends and found the warm Sequoia community that I cherish today. Whenever I hear about shootings at high schools across the United States, it makes my blood boil because it could happen here, and I don't want it to happen to my friends, fellow high school classmates, or anybody for that matter. Arguably, my generation has been defined by school shootings. I had my first school shooting drill in elementary school, and as a little kid, I was at first scared of it, but it became normal. It became normal that we as children had to defend ourselves against someone walking our halls with a gun instead of the adults passing legislation to protect us and the community. I feel angry that adult responsibility to protect youths have not been fulfilled and instead passed down to self-defense tactics taught to kids as young as 5. We need to do more on the prevention front and ensure firearms are not easily accessible. I support this resolution because it helps educate the public about this issue and prevents children from getting access to guns. I urge you to vote for it because the statistics are clear that teens and young children are disproportionately affected by having easy access to guns in their homes, friends' house, or relatives. I, along with students and teachers in the Sequoia Union District, request that Sequoia Union High School District adopt a safe storage resolution as soon as possible. By the way, I have been waiting for like about 4 hours to talk about this because I just feel that strong about it. Thank you so much for considering voting for this resolution. I appreciate all you have done for our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Samantha.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for providing me with a chance to speak today. My name is Samantha Kim. I'm a rising junior at Carmont and a leader of the local Belmont Students Demand Action Group, which is a sister organization to Moms Demand. I wanted to express my appreciation for the board for considering this extremely important resolution, and I strongly encourage you to support this. I just wanted to thank you for helping keep both students and staff safe at school, and as well as keeping our families safe at home. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And Leah should be our last speaker here.
Hi, my name is Leah Elkins, and I live in Menlo Park. I'm a former parent of a Sequoia, or I'm still her parent, but she's no longer a student at MA. However, I just wanted to add my to this to the support for this resolution. Something that we've been working on for a long time. And as you probably know, San Mateo County in the last few years adopted a safe storage ordinance, followed by many of the cities in San Mateo County. And this ordinance is not particularly punitive. It doesn't intend to put people in jail. The real purpose of this ordinance was to educate gun owners on how to store their firearms so that they aren't accessed by people who are at risk. And the fact is that I don't think that there's a lot of knowledge about this among gun owners. So to send this information out to parents and through the back to school packet or in another method would be a really great way to spread information about this ordinance and to get people to understand the importance of storing their guns. As the speakers before public comment, there really is a high incidence of guns being obtained from the home that are used in school shootings. And so this would be a really great method for preventing school shootings. I appreciate you letting me talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So the one hand up is Leah, and that's down now. So, okay. So among our trustees, I see Chris has his hand up.
I have two questions for Jackie. If we pass the resolution, can it be implemented before school start, at the start of school next year?
Yes, our intent would be to include it in the student handbook and also in the information that goes out to the parents. And they do sign electronically. There's a number of things that they have to sign that they have read and understand. And so that would be our goal, would be that we would start this for the fall.
That's great. The second is, can you think of a meaningful distinction between the form of this, a resolution versus adopting policy?
You know, I was thinking about that as I was looking at this resolution, because we could definitely, and we may want to contact CSBA. It seems to me that this would be somewhere in a board policy, but I'm not sure where that would land. And so I think it's definitely something that we could, because school safety plans are obviously covered in board policy and are required. And so I feel like that would institutionalize it in a better way on an ongoing thing on parent, because our parent notifications are in board policy and administrative regs. So we can definitely look at that.
So that's it, assuming we pass the resolution, that certainly makes sense to me. Thank you.
Kara?
I just wanted to thank the moms in our community for your advocacy. I first heard about this when you wrote to the board. So I appreciate you. I also want to thank Alessandro and Samantha for speaking up for our youth. And thank you for waiting patiently for 4 hours to speak. We are so glad you are here. This is a very important resolution, and I enthusiastically want to pass it tonight.
Isabel?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great resolution. I also think looking from it from like a teenage mental health perspective, when we are, suicide rates for teens in California have skyrocketed very sadly. And I think that it is very important to make, this is an easy way to, if anything, kind of make that less of an option.
Rich?
So I'll say I'm 100% in support of safe storage of guns and support this resolution, but just want to understand, Jackie, what will be the cost to the district of this? You're muted, sorry.
It's really not an added cost because all of our parent notifications are now done electronically. We push out that information. So it will be included in the parent packet, which is pushed out electronically in the student handbooks.
So I'm picturing someone's getting like a whole bunch of stuff that they're e-signing one after the other. How will we know if this is working? If it's meeting its goal of improving gun security? Like that's the goal of this. Is there a way we'll know if it's working?
I don't know how we would monitor that or how we would measure that, because it would really be whether or not, because they're getting a lot of information at the beginning of the school year, as you know, because you're a parent and you've seen the packet. And so I don't, we'd have to think about how do we measure, number one, how many people actually read it, and then number two, how many people that read it that are gun owners have really changed their behavior and how they're storing their weapons. So I'm not really clear on
Yeah,
how.
so again, I'm 100% in favor of safe gun storage, but if this is a step that people are just auto signing and not thinking about, and it's not changing behavior in any way, maybe we review it at some point in some number of years and just say like, if this isn't helping, then maybe we need to do something else if we believe the schools have a way to influence what gun owners are doing with their guns. But I just think we should be thoughtful. And if it is a step that is just adding and if it's not achieving its goal, we should be aware of that at some point and just not bake this into something that goes forever if it's not actually helpful. So I don't know if there's a way to include in this resolution some like review in 3 years and see if there's any evidence of effectiveness or anything like that would be reasonable. I'd look to my colleagues if there's any what you've done in the past, or if the thought is you just put this in 100 years from now, they're still sending this thing out regardless, or is the idea to be reviewed at some point?
I think that Trustee Thompson's point about baking this into policy makes a lot of sense to be going to as a next step beyond passing the resolution. And I think that the policy should indeed include some checking for effectiveness and commitment that we will continue working to be more effective with this message as necessary.
I think that also when you look at campaigns like this, and it really is an informational campaign, for instance, if you look at drugs and alcohol campaign, it's not just the school or the district, it's the whole community that needs to be involved in the campaign and pushing out that information. So we're a part of that campaign. And you've heard tonight from some people who have been intimately involved in these campaigns. And so I think it's multi-pronged, and we are one avenue of communication with families.
So it'd be something that maybe we do for 5 years or something? Or is it the resolution is to do it forever?
I have a comment.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess I was agreeing with Mr. Sarver in saying, I think you do that with policy. And to my mind, it makes sense as a general practice to review policies to make sure they're achieving the goal that you want them to achieve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
Are you suggesting we shouldn't pass a resolution, but instead look at making it a policy with a date on it?
I think symbolically the resolution is important thing to do. It also moves us in the direction of the policy conversation. So I'm going to recommend that we vote for it, essentially, and then have the conversation. I think you're right. When the policy is articulated, it's appropriate that there's a review cycle in there.
Yeah, I think for me, I think it would be nice to vote. Thank you, trustee. I'm trying to remember your last name, Isabel, but student trustee Isabel, that I think this is a good timing for this, considering kind of what our kids are coming back from and what their access is, not just for suicide or self-harm, but also harm to others. And I think that is really important as the scope of mental health. Although it's really hard to think about that, I appreciate Isabel bringing that up. I also think that whether you have policy or whether you have resolution, the question that you are putting out there, Rich, is how do we know that it's effective? And I know Bonnie always says, you know, we do the what, someone else does the how. And I think if we're really serious about any resolution, the how is up to the staff. Do we just want to make it a rubber stamp piece of paper? Or do you really want to impact students and others about really raising the education around that? If we're really serious about it, just like mental health or some of the other stuff, we have our parenting ed partner do some work around that, or we do a video around it, or whatever the case may be. So if we are going to do this, I don't necessarily just vote just because it's a good thing or someone just advocated, but that we really believe in what it is that we are signing off on, and saying, not only do we want policy and direction, we also want staff to figure out the how, a one good effort of whatever that looks like, so that we can measure whether or not we did our part in raising the awareness to our community. So that's the only thing I have to say. But I'm for this policy. I think it's good. I think it's good timing. And it gives a message to our student and our community.
Okay, I've heard very positive comments from all 5 trustees. I'd welcome a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, excellent.
I'm sorry, President Sarver, who seconded that?
I did, Chris.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, trustee.
Okay, and I also want to echo the thanks to the community members who have been so effective in bringing this to us and in joining us this evening as well to stand in support of it. Okay, this brings us along to resolution number 1689, approving the engineer's report for the maintenance assessment district.
Yes, this is more of a what I would refer to as a housekeeping resolution. The Board of Trustees first approved the formation of the Maintenance Assessment District, also known as MAD money, in the fiscal year of 90-91. The Maintenance Assessment District offsets costs resulting from community use of our school recreation facilities. So last meeting, I believe you saw the engineering, it was that you passed the resolution so that the engineering consulting, it's very much of a process, can prepare the report. This resolution is confirming and ordering the levy of assessment. So President Sarver, this is a roll call vote.
Just a quick comment, we get to actually, we're passing a tax here.
Yeah, we're renewing a tax. Okay. That occurs to me, was the previous resolution, should that have been a roll call vote?
I mean, usually roll call votes are good for resolutions when they are as an action item as they are in consent. This is a regulatory document, so it's a little different.
Okay. All right. So for the Maintenance Assessment District, based on our previous discussions and the comments we did not hear during the public hearing, I'd be welcome.
I move to approve adoption of resolution number 1689.
And I second.
Okay, may we have a roll call for that?
Student trustee Nori,
Yes.
trustee Thompson,
Yes.
trustee Stevenson,
Yes.
trustee Ginn,
Yes.
vice president Dubois,
Yes.
president Sarver.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to our last action item, Resolution 1690. issuance of the 2021-22 tax and revenue anticipation notes.
Yes, also known as a TRAN. High-level summary, this is when we borrow our own cash because our bills are due before our cash is received, is the quick and dirty of that. This is an annual event for our district. This, again, is also a roll call vote. The size of this TRAN, we have some, there's file attachments as well. And then we also have Keegent, who is our financial advisor, standing by if trustees have any questions.
Okay. So this is basically a cash flow management mechanism. Are there any trustee questions, or if not?
I have a couple questions. I'm just curious what the yield on these are, if you know, kind of what the rate is.
Good evening, board. My name is Chet Wang with Keegent. Generally speaking, the rate won't be locked until the trans are sold. But because short-term rates are so low currently, we probably expect the TRAN yield to be at or below 20 to 25 basis points for about a 1-year financing term.
Wow, that is quite low. Thank you.
Rich, I think at times there's actually been an arbitrage opportunity there, especially when you're looking at bond funds compared to the rate we get there. Is that correct, Chet?
I think the county is definitely earning a little bit more than that. So as long as we meet some of the federal guidelines of hitting the deficit within a certain time frame that we work very closely with Ms. Leach on and Ms. Stewart, as long as we hit those targets, the district will be okay from an arbitrage standpoint, even if it does earn extra interest.
Well, I guess the point for me is the cost of borrowing is negligible.
I have no more questions.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I'd be happy to approve the motion for the TRAN.
I'll second.
Carrie's got it.
I think Rich won that one.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Student trustee Nori,
Yes.
trustee Thompson,
Yes.
trustee Stevenson,
Yes.
trustee Ginn,
Yes.
vice president Dubois,
Yes.
president Sarver.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us on to trustees, superintendent comments, committee reports, and agenda setting. Okay, Carrie, I see your hand up.
I just wanted to say congratulations to trustee Stevenson. Her son graduated from Menlo Atherton. Congratulations to trustee Nori, and congratulations to me. My son graduated.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that graduations are always the happiest time, as you said, Chris. But I feel like it was happier than normal. The field of Carmont, to see so many parents and so many kids. The kids were so happy. And I think they were just thrilled to have that group on the field. So I'm so appreciative that we did in-person graduations. I also attended the independent study graduation, and maybe a few other events. I didn't attend as many events because of what was going on with my son. I wish that we could have done in-person for independent study. I'm sure there was a reason why they didn't do it, but I do feel sometimes our kids that are most at risk, also Redwood, and I'm sure there was a reason, but anyway, it just kind of occurred to me, I wish every senior had that experience of in-person graduation. So, but anyway, thank you, district.
Shanice?
Yes. So I wanted to say it was just a joy. So thank you, President Sarver, for allowing me to set the class of 2021 for MA. I just wanted to cry, but I didn't. But was so excited that I was able to go to EPAAs on Zoom since my family was there. Independent study, MAs in Redwood. One of the things I want to really express, Redwood was interesting because they had one kid graduated, it was drive through and they stop and they take pictures in front of the sign. It was like 30 people came out of a car. I was like, so it was so fun to see. I was like, oh my God, they brought the whole crew. And so I was like, I loved it. It felt like home. Or seeing some of our moms who had on their hat, not, I did it, Mom, but Mom did it. And she did it. She did that. And so I thought that was pretty cool to see some of the parents have their babies with them. They had the whole crew. I felt like a mom. Let me straighten you up, make sure you look good for the picture. But also just hearing the speeches from EPAA and MA and some of the kids or the students really talk about the impacts of the pandemic on their lives. And I thought I would highlight those things. And then the other thing is Juneteenth is June 19th. It is the celebration of the end to slavery. So I thought I want to put an homage out there and also wish people a happy Pride Month. So those are the things I wanted to share.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I too am just overwhelmed with joy at graduation season, getting a chance to go to a number of the different events and the huge extent to which the graduations were that glowing moment of normality and celebration. And I do think that the joy and the excitement were somehow different this year, that there was a greater sense of achievement and overcoming tremendous odds and challenges. And that joy was not only in the students and the families, but in our staff at all of the sites. There was just a greater sense of excitement and pride and relief that we were marking these great milestones, and buried beneath them was that promise of a return and getting back to more of the world that we've been missing. So very exciting, and that's a little bit of a counterbalance to this 2 months of 100 days apiece and all of the work that everybody has crammed in. So I thank everybody for just being part of this enterprise. This has been quite a year, and as we approach the end of it, there's a lot of pride and positive sense for what has been accomplished, wrapped around all of the stress and the strain and the angst that we've all been through and the hard work. So I just want to thank the people that are here in this room and that are on this call with us for getting us through all this. Well done, everybody. With that, I will entertain a motion for
So moved. To
closure.
adjourn.
I agree.
All right, all those in favor of adjournment. Good night, everybody.
Good night.